Chapter 1121. Oh, according to you, you only wanted to teach this blogger a lesson, but Hong Kong acted on his own and killed him? Everything Hua Xiaoheng asked was information he had gotten from Gunyinji. To be precise, if Gunyinji hadn't discovered the relationship between the blogger and Kai Songyin, they probably wouldn't have known how close Hong Kong and Kai Songyin were until now. To the extent that they were willing to kill for each other. This relationship, Kai Songyin was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Hong Kong is really loyal to you and your wife. He helped you kill people and helped Tan Dongbang cheat in the election. Why? What did you use to bribe Hong Kong? A high position and a generous salary? Or beautiful women and money? Kai Songyin's lips twitched in disdain. Major General Hua, your words are too vulgar. Couldn't Tan Dongbang and I have conquered Hong Kong with our charisma, and he automatically worked for us? We never do things like bribing people. Of course she had done it, but in her opinion, it wasn't called bribing, but an exchange of benefits. Wasn't an election a large-scale exchange of benefits permitted by law? And they hadn't even had the time to give Hong Kong any benefits, so Kai Songyin had a clear conscience. Why should she admit to something she hadn't done? You think I'll believe that? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh mockingly. If you and Tan Dongbang have the charisma to convince Hong Kong, then the entire nation will be convinced by you. You won't need to cheat in the election anymore. You'll definitely be elected fair and square. Kai Songyin was so angry at Hua Xiaoheng that she couldn't speak. You're not going to say anything? Fine, I'll ask Tan Dongbang. Tan Dongbang is someone who has done great things, so he knows that great things don't bother with trifles. When he says it, you'll know that your last chance for a reduced sentence is gone. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Think about it carefully. I'll go interrogate Tan Dongbang. Kai Songyin's eyes narrowed when she heard the name Tan Dongbang. A trace of disdain, disgust, and darkness flashed through her eyes. Tan Dongbang's interrogation room was opposite Kai Songyin's. When Hua Xiaoheng entered, Tan Dongbang was already sitting there. Tan Dongbang sat up uneasily when he saw Hua Xiaoheng walk in his military uniform. Major General Hua, I really didn't bribe or cheat in the election. If there's a problem with your system, you can't possibly blame it on me, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang. He had only been locked up for a few days, but the usually elegant Tan Dongbang was like a salted vegetable in the winter, shriveled and rancid. His hair was greasy, and strands of it were tied in a knot, hanging on his shiny forehead. He probably hadn't been eating or sleeping well for the past few days. He had big dark circles under his eyes, and the flesh on his face was gone, leaving only his high cheekbones. He looked a bit like those mean women in the market. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from him and quickly cut to the chase. Tan Dongbang, why would Hong Kong help you cheat in the election? What did you offer him? Tan Dongbang froze. His eyes darted around, not daring to meet Hua Xiaoheng's eyes as he muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. You're saying that Hong Kong didn't ask for anything and helped you cheat in the election twice just to get you the position of Prime Minister? Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Could it be that he has a crush on you? Tan Dongbang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Major General Hua, you can't just say things like that. I have nothing to do with Hong Kong. This is the first time I admit that he has something to do with my wife. No, they do. His wife and my wife are best friends, so he probably helped us out of respect for his wife. There was a slight possibility of this saying being true, but it wasn't more than 0.001%. Hua Xiaoheng had never seen someone who didn't seek personal gain for personal gain. Being moved by personal charisma only applied to upright people, not shady people like Hong Kong. Besides, what about Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin's personal charisma? That would be too difficult. They had also investigated Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang and found that the two of them had no financial ties to Hong Kong. Not only did the two families not send each other money or gifts, but the two families even treated each other to meals in public places and didn't eat at their own homes. From this perspective, the relationship between the two families couldn't be considered particularly good. because true family ties meant that the adults and children of the two families didn't have to worry about avoiding each other at all. In other words, Hong Kong Quan really hadn't received any benefits. But that didn't make sense. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and thought that there could only be one explanation for this, and that was that Hong Kong Quan was probably after something that Tan Dongbang could do for him after he took office. Tan Dongbang became prime minister, the head of state in name, and also one of the three most powerful people in the country. With this kind of status, Hong Kong Quan could ask for many more benefits. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Tan Dongbang with a smile. From what I see, Hong Kong Quan helped you cheat in the election and killed someone for your wife. This has already exceeded the scope of helping your wife's best friend and her best friend's husband. Tan Dongbang frowned and thought about it for a moment before he finally understood what Hua Xiaoheng was saying. He immediately felt like grass had grown on his head. Major General Hua, what do you mean? Hong Kong Quan might have helped me a little, but what does that have to do with my wife? Kill someone for her? Are you mistaking me for someone else? Although Tan Dongbang was happy to cheat, he absolutely couldn't accept his wife cheating on him. Hua Xiaoheng took out the photo of the Weibo blogger Churchill's garden, Liu Daiyong's death, and pushed it in front of Tan Dongbang. Look at this yourself. This person offended your wife. Hong Kong Quan personally killed him. Tan Dongbang glared at the photo and was so angry that his hand was shaking. He stammered, "Who is this person? Why did he offend my wife? Why did Hong Kong Quan kill someone?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang's expression and actions coldly. He actually couldn't find any flaws. He felt that Tan Dongbang wasn't faking it. He probably didn't know about the deal between Kai Songyin and Hong Kong Quan. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "This person used your daughter to threaten your wife." Your wife was furious. He was only half telling the truth. Kai Songyin was indeed angry because her daughter had been kidnapped in New York. After reading the text, she thought that the Weibo blogger had turned around to threaten her. So she asked Hong Kong Quan for help, hoping that he could use his Secret Service personnel to help her vent her anger. Tan Dongbang inhaled sharply. He was furious. It was because of little darling. Then he deserved to die. Tan Dongbang didn't have much affection for Kai Songyin anymore, but he still doted on his daughter, Tan Guirin. If he threatened you, you could have sued him. Why did you have to take his life? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Now you and your wife have another crime on your hands. I didn't want him to die. I didn't know anything about what you're talking about. Tan Dongbang wasn't lying this time. He really didn't know about returning to his alma mater to receive a medal. Fine. Even if you didn't know about this, Hong Kong Quan still tried to help you cheat in the interim election this time. Tell me, why did he try to do it this time? Tan Dongbang said angrily. When did he try to help me cheat? He didn't help me at all this time. But there are still traces of election cheating in the surveillance system. It's almost exactly the same situation as last time. Hua Xiaoheng stared intently at Tan Dongbang. He tried his best to remain calm and not reveal any emotions that might be interpreted too much. He continued to ask, wasn't the person who helped you this time Hong Kong Quan? Was it someone else? This was the reason why Hua Xiaoheng had gone one big circle and asked all three of them separately. He had always felt that these three people weren't the masterminds. They were only the agents of the masterminds behind the scenes. It was the third watch. Today was the fourth watch. It was yesterday's first watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. 9 p.m., the fourth watch. Moi. Chapter 1122. Tan Dongbang obviously wasn't as good as the professionally trained Hong Kong Quan when it came to controlling his expression and emotions. Hua Xiaoheng's words. Wasn't Hong Kong Quan the one who helped you this time? It was someone else. As soon as he said that, Tan Dongbang looked at Hua Xiaoheng as if he had seen a ghost and almost screamed. What? What? What did you say? I don't understand a single word. Tan Dongbang waved his fists angrily. I said I didn't cheat, so I didn't cheat. Who the hell knows how your stupid system could be like this? No, there's nothing wrong with the system. You set me up on purpose. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and shook his head. You and Hong Kong Quan were taught by the same teacher, and you were trained by the same institution. Both of your excuses are exactly the same. Both of them have been set up by someone else, and both of them were innocent, honest people who knew nothing. That's the truth. Tan Dongbang was so scared that his legs were cramping. He never would have guessed that the mastermind behind the scenes was so powerful. How could Hua Xiaoheng have discovered him? If this person even knew about the mastermind behind the scenes, was there anything in this world that he didn't know? Tan Dongbang had lost all hope in this world, and his emotions hovered on the edge of collapse. Hua Xiaoheng had been calmly observing Tan Dongbang's expression to adjust his strategy. Seeing that Tan Dongbang was about to collapse, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said, "It was also this person who helped you last time, right? But last time, this person helped you through Hong Kong Quan." Tan Dongbang was flabbergasted as he stared at Hua Xiaoheng. The red veins in his eyes could be seen clearly. Hua Xiaoheng's tone became more and more severe. Hong Kong Quan is hopeless. He has the Japanese behind him, disrupting national order, interfering in the election to cheat, killing civil servants, and betraying national secrets. Every one of his crimes is enough for him to die several times over. Tan Dongbang, are you still going to cooperate with this kind of person, protect this kind of person, and die with him? If it wasn't for Hong Kong Quan, you at most be guilty of election bribery, not death. But you're colluding with Hong Kong Quan and betraying the country. That's a capital crime. Treason was a death sentence, no matter which country it was in. Tan Dongbang finally broke down and let out a low wail from his throat. He abruptly clutched his head with his hands and yelled, "No, no, I did not betray my country. I did not collude with the enemy. I don't want to die." Hua Xiaoheng quietly watched as Tan Dongbang wailed. After a while, he changed the subject and softened his tone. "However, as long as you tell the truth and draw a clear line between you and Hong Kong Quan, I will plead with the military court to turn you into a tainted witness." Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and said in a low voice, "You will definitely be spared from the death penalty." But he couldn't escape punishment. Given Tan Dongbang's crimes, if he wasn't executed, he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. But Tan Dongbang was fine as long as he didn't face the death penalty. As for whether Hong Kong Quan would die or not, what did that have to do with him? He was doing it to protect himself. Tan Dongbang panted heavily. "Are you serious? Do you dare to guarantee it? As long as I tell you the truth, will you spare my life?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the position of the camera. "Everything here is recorded and recorded. If I go back on my word, you can say it in the military court. We're not going to lynch anyone." Knowing that he wouldn't have to die, Tan Dongbang slowly regained his breath. Propping himself up on the table, he sat up straight and nodded. "Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to remember your promise." He then said angrily, "Little darling is infatuated with you. How could you treat her parents like this?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Was this their revenge on him for saying that Hong Kong Quan had a crush on him earlier? So they were doing this to disgust Hua Xiaoheng? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. No matter how cultured and self-controlled he was, to be paired up with their idiot daughter so many times. Hua Xiaoheng's expression turned completely cold. His gaze shot over like a poisoned arrow. He sat up straight in his chair and enunciated each word clearly. "Don't be so shameless. Don't you know what kind of person would be interested in your daughter?" He had to restrain his anger to not curse. Tan Dongbang's face turned red instantly. It looked even worse than when he had just collapsed. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock and stammered, You don't even like my daughter? Then why did you personally go to New York to save her?" Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. "I'm a soldier. Helping the citizens is my duty, but that doesn't include arranged marriages. All right, if you keep talking about this, your daughter will have to come and help with the investigation." With that, Tan Dongbang finally ended the topic. He didn't dare mention Tan Guiran again. He knew that he and Kai Songyin might have brought this upon themselves, but his daughter, Tan Guiran, was completely innocent. Tan Dongbang looked like he was about to cry. He rested his hands on the table and said weakly, "Then if I tell you, will you definitely plead to the court? Swear." Hua Xiaoheng refused to swear. "It's fine if you don't believe me. If swearing worked, then you wouldn't have cheated." How many people who cheated would actually remember the sacred vows made at their wedding? Tan Dongbang's face twitched. He completely understood that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't someone who would be swayed by force or persuasion. In front of him, the only way to get some benefits was to confess and be lenient. There is someone helping Hong Kongquan behind scenes. That person is very powerful and has been working with Hong Kongquan since 7 years ago. Tan Dongbang muttered in a low voice and spoke very quickly. This information regarding Hong Kongquan had been revealed to him by that person in order to gain Tan Dongbang's trust. Even the person behind the scenes probably didn't expect that a person with such ambitions to become prime minister would have such a weak psychological defense. However, low-class goods that relied on packaging all had this characteristic. Hua Xiaoheng keenly heard the words 7 years ago. If he looked at the timeline, Gu Nianji had also suddenly appeared at the scene of the car accident in Sea City 7 years ago. What does that person look like? How did they communicate? This was what Hua Xiaoheng was most interested in. Logically speaking, Hong Kongquan was the director of the Secret Service. His every move was under heavy scrutiny. There were countless overt and covert surveillance. How could someone break through all these obstacles and bypass his surveillance to communicate with Hong Kongquan for 7 years without being discovered? Tan Dongbang shook his head. I don't know what he looks like. I've never seen him before, and I believe that Hong Kongquan has never seen him either. We've always communicated with him through the phone. Phone? Hua Xiaoheng furrowed his brows as he vaguely felt that this didn't make sense. Tan Dongbang and Hong Kongquan's landlines and phones were all monitored by him. If such a call had come in, and if that person had only contacted Hong Kongquan and Tan Dongbang directly through the phone, how could he not know? Could it be that the phone surveillance system had also malfunctioned? Or could it be that the people monitoring the phone had malfunctioned? Hua Xiaoheng could only think of these two possibilities because he couldn't think of any other reason at the moment. The phone surveillance system was a subprogram of the central control system. He remembered that he had checked it earlier and it hadn't been invaded by the 4 lines of AI programming language. As for the people monitoring the phone, they were randomly assigned to monitor a company. If something had happened to the people monitoring the phone, they would have had to bribe someone from the entire company to do it. Was it possible? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng quickly eliminated these two possibilities. Of course, he would send people to verify his conclusions again. The phone surveillance system would use Gu Nianji's program to check again. That program could even detect the intrusion of the central control system's AI programming language. So, a small phone surveillance system was not even worth mentioning. The company monitoring the phone would also have to be reinvestigated, but Hua Xiaoheng was still inclined to believe that it had nothing to do with them before they were confirmed to be guilty. There must be other factors that allowed the person behind the scenes to escape his heavy surveillance. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Tan Dongbang silently and said coldly, "How did you communicate through the phone? Explain clearly." It was the 4th night watch. Today was the 4th night watch to make up for yesterday's 1-night watch. Everyone's guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hurry up and vote. Moi. P.S. The previous chapter has been edited, so please download it again. Chapter 1123. Confusion appeared on Tan Dongbang's face as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said in confusion, "Actually, I don't understand how he did it either." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. To be honest, when I first received his call, I thought someone was playing a prank on me. Tan Dongbang sighed deeply. This matter had been weighing on his mind for almost a month. From the day he received that mysterious call, he had been in a daze and felt like it was all a dream. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the pen and paper in front of him to Tan Dongbang. What was his phone number? Write it down. Hua Xiaoheng didn't actually expect it to be a real phone number. Everyone in the Special Operations Forces knew how to use a fake phone number to call someone, so the act was definitely more authentic than real gold. But as long as there was a number, it could be traced, even if it was a fake number. Hua Xiaoheng mentally prepared himself to start with the fake number, but when he saw the number Tan Dongbang had written down, his mind still went blank for a moment. A 4-digit phone number? Is this an internal line? Hua Xiaoheng snapped out of his daze and twisted the paper between his fingers as he asked Tan Dongbang with a cold expression. If a 4-digit phone number could be connected, it would at most be an internal line. Otherwise, it couldn't be a real number. Tan Dongbang said awkwardly, I thought so at first, but the internal lines of the cabinet, the office of the prime minister, and the military are all 5-digit numbers, not 4-digit numbers. Also, he could directly dial this number from his phone. The phone showed that it wasn't an internal line number, but an international number. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. An international number? Tan Dongbang spread his hands. You should have checked my phone. There must be records of incoming and outgoing calls. When they were arrested, their phones, watches, jewelry, wallets, and everything else they had on them had been confiscated for safekeeping. Also, as evidence, their phones had also been thoroughly checked. Logically speaking, there should have been call records. But Hua Xiaoheng was certain that he hadn't seen this abnormal number on Tan Dongbang's phone test report. If a 4-digit international number had really appeared on Tan Dongbang's phone, his subordinates would never have missed such an obvious clue. But their report didn't mention this number at all. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. He sent a text message to his subordinates and asked them to send Tan Dongbang's phone over. He asked Tan Dongbang to continue speaking. And then, what did the owner of this number say to you? It wasn't that he didn't trust his subordinates, but if they were expert hackers, it wasn't impossible for them to hack into Tan Dongbang's phone and hide the records. To be on the safe side, he had to check it again. Hua Xiaoheng listened to Tan Dongbang ramble on about his interactions with that person during the few minutes he waited for his subordinates to deliver Tan Dongbang's phone. That person should be a man. His voice is deep and rough, and he speaks very slowly. When he's talking on the phone, it seems like he's very far away. The signal on the phone is not very good, and sometimes it's intermittent, but I can still hear what he's saying. Tan Dongbang recalled the miraculous experiences of the past month. At that time, I was already in despair. I wanted to give up the election, and let Bai Jiansheng be the prime minister. Just when I was at my worst, the phone call came in. He told me that as long as I promised to do one thing for him after I was elected, he would help me get elected. I was furious when I heard that. I thought it was some bored person messing with me, so I scolded him. But that person wasn't angry. After I finished scolding him, he told me that he was the one who helped Hong Kongquan control the voting monitoring system when I was elected for the first time. Then he told me some specific data about the votes and the actual voting data. It matched my records perfectly. I finally believed him after he said that. Tan Dongbang sighed with infinite regret. To be honest, I couldn't believe it myself that I was elected for the first time. I thought that Song Yin really did a lot of work. Hua Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. This also matched his investigation, so it shouldn't have been faked. And then, you just cooperated with him? Tan Dongbang closed his eyes. Of course. As long as I can be elected, the methods aren't important. The results are. Even if he had used improper means to get into office, wouldn't he be able to make up for it, as long as he put the nation's interests first? Actually, he had forgotten that people who used improper means to get into office would never be able to overcome their selfish desires and greed. After getting into office, they would only crazily pursue their own interests and would never put the nation's interests first. He had only thought this way to numb himself and convince himself of what little conscience he had left. Did that person say his conditions? Hua Xiaoheng circled the number. At that moment, his subordinate pushed open the door and came in to deliver Tan Dongbang's phone to him in an evidence bag. Hua Xiaoheng put on special sensor gloves and opened the evidence bag. He took out Tan Dongbang's phone and began to quickly search for the content of the call. Tan Dongbang looked at his phone and blushed slightly. He murmured, "That person didn't say anything. He only said that he would contact me again if I was elected." It was also because that person hadn't mentioned a single condition before being elected that Tan Dongbang was increasingly convinced that he really wanted to help him get elected. If he was a swindler, he would definitely make all sorts of demands before being elected. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and focused all his attention on Tan Dongbang's phone. He spent a full half an hour searching, but still couldn't find any 4-digit phone numbers in Tan Dongbang's phone contacts. There were no records of calls being made or incoming. Hua Xiaoheng furrowed his brows. Could Tan Dongbang's words be trusted? Did he really have this number? Or had he gone crazy for the election and imagined a mysterious number and a mysterious person out of thin air? Hua Xiaoheng glanced up at Tan Dongbang and tossed his phone onto the table. He said calmly, "There's no record on your phone that proves you called this number, nor is there any record that proves this number called you. Why? Or are you not willing to tell the truth? If you make up a story, you'll end up very badly with me." "I didn't make up a story." Tan Dongbang panicked. He grabbed his phone and opened the contacts. "A few days ago, on the day of the election, I kept calling this person." He clearly remembered that he had called this number many times. There were records of calls being made and incoming on his phone. However, when he opened the contacts, he couldn't find any records of this number no matter how hard he searched. It was as if everything had really been a dream. How is this possible? How is this possible? I clearly called this number many times. I remember. Tan Dongbang clutched his head and began to scream. He suddenly couldn't find the source of the things he thought were real in his memories. He also began to doubt the authenticity of his memories. "I swear, I really called this number. That person also told me many things about Hong Kong. How could I have imagined this out of thin air?" Tan Dongbang was so anxious he wanted to grab Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "Believe me, you can ask Hong Kong if you don't believe me. I don't believe he had the same dream as me." Seeing that Tan Dongbang was so agitated that he was incoherent, Hua Xiaoheng finally took back Tan Dongbang's phone dubiously. He stood up and said, "Go rest first. I'll go ask Hong Kong again." "You have to go ask him. You'll know if I'm telling the truth." Tan Dongbang was still shouting as he was taken away. However, after Hua Xiaoheng left Tan Dongbang's interrogation room, he didn't go directly to Hong Kong. Instead, he went to Kai Songyin's interrogation room. When a female Special Operations Forces member brought Kai Songyin over, Kai Songyin was as nervous as a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Kai Songyin's heart sank when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's confident expression. She thought that the spineless jerk Tan Dongbang must have confessed, so she immediately said, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I'll still say the same thing. I didn't ask Hong Kong to kill anyone. I only told him that the Weibo blogger threatened my daughter, so I had to teach him a lesson. Why would the Weibo blogger threaten your daughter out of nowhere?" Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless as he looked down and jotted something down on a piece of paper. Kai Songyin choked. Should she say what she was going to say next or not? If she told the truth, would it cause more problems? At that moment, Kai Songyin didn't know that Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji had already discovered that she was secretly trying to defame them and was still trying to cover it up. Hua Xiaoheng grew impatient and threw out the short article summary that he had prepared. Was it because of this? This was something that Gun Yinji had discovered by chance from the Weibo blogger Churchill's Garden. It was a description of the unspeakable incident between Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, it wasn't the original text. It was just a summary. Kai Songyin's face flushed as she glanced at it. She suddenly froze. She grabbed the piece of paper and looked at it, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Where did you get this?" Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. "Where did you get this?" Of course, it was a blog post by the Weibo blogger Churchill's Garden. "Don't you know?" "But this isn't what I asked him to write." Kai Songyin was angry and happy at the same time. The conflicted expression on her face was a little scary. This was the first watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 p.m. and the third watch at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1124. Really? You didn't ask him to write this? Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved and didn't seem to believe her at all. He replied professionally, "Do you have evidence that you didn't ask him to write this? And what did you ask him to write?" Kai Songyin thought about it. She had asked the Weibo blogger to write about Gun Yinji's shamelessness, and Hua Xiaoheng would appear as a positive person who wouldn't be tempted. Therefore, she only attacked Gun Yinji and had mercy on Hua Xiaoheng. Kai Songyin wanted her daughter to marry Hua Xiaoheng, so of course she couldn't ruin Hua Xiaoheng's reputation. However, the brief synopsis that Hua Xiaoheng had taken out had properly tarnished Gun Yinji's reputation and Hua Xiaoheng's reputation. It was even more damaging to Hua Xiaoheng. He had been tarnished to the point where he would never be able to make a comeback. Kai Song-yin wouldn't do something like that, even if she thought about it with her knees. She smiled wryly. I know Major General Hua has high standards. I originally had high hopes for you and did everything I could to get you to marry my little darling. Since I see you as my son-in-law, why would I use this kind of thing against you? What would happen to my daughter if I took you down? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Kai Song-yin was calmer than Tan Dongbang and spoke more logically. She thought that Hua Xiaoheng had already broken up with Gun Yinji, so it wouldn't be a problem to say it out. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's calm composure, Kai Song-yin actually felt a bit scared. She nervously said the name of her entertainment company's public relations manager. Go find him and ask him for the outline I gave him back then. I'm asking him to find a web novelist who writes about new media. Write something and then spread it. You know that I don't like Gun Yinji and don't want her to continue dragging you down, so I've been attacking her. However, this article you gave me is an equal blow to you and her. It might even be a bigger blow to you. I'm not that stupid. I won't do something like killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of my own people. I'm a businessman, and businessmen pay particular attention to making money with harmony. Hua Xiaoheng said, This is what you mean by making money with harmony. He didn't feel good just because Kai Song-yin said she only targeted Gun Yinji and not him. On the contrary, he felt even worse. Due to the special nature of his job, he never cared about what others thought of him. As long as you think it is right, you will persist in doing it. If Kai Song-yin had looked down on him and targeted him, he would never have taken it to heart. But now Kai Song-yin was targeting Gun Yinji. Not only Kai Song-yin, but many people in their circle were probably thinking the same thing. He felt that Gun Yinji wasn't good enough for him. Even though he knew that she was no longer an orphan and had a powerful father and family, he still subconsciously looked down on her. He felt that she was trying to climb the social ladder by being with Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji was smart and sensitive to these situations, so she probably felt it more clearly than he did, right? But she still chose to be with him. For the first time, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he had treated Gun Yinji like a jerk. His forceful and arbitrary decisions, his unquestionable, his forbearance and calmness, were all because she loved him. Hua Xiaoheng was still sitting there. His expression didn't change, but the corner of his heart that belonged to Gun Yinji had fallen into a complete mess. Kai Song-yin had told him everything and only hoped that she would have a chance to get Hua Xiaoheng's forgiveness and understand that she wasn't in cahoots with Hong Kong Quan. She had even drawn the line between her and Tan Dongbang a long time ago. Major General Hua, I really didn't know that Hong Kong Quan was colluding with the Japanese. Kai Song-yin began to plead. I've told you everything I can. Can you give me a lenient sentence? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the message from Kai Song-yin's company's public relations manager and mused, I'll go investigate your public relations manager. If you didn't lie, then there must be something wrong with your public relations manager. Kai Song-yin's mouth formed an O shape and didn't close for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng came out of Kai Song-yin's interrogation room and immediately applied for a search and arrest warrant to investigate the public relations manager of Kai Song-yin's company. In Shixiang specially brought people to Kai Song-yin's entertainment company and found out that the public relations manager had already resigned yesterday and was nowhere to be found. Of course, nowhere to be found was only for normal people. For people like Hua Xiaoheng, no one could be nowhere to be found unless they were dead. Hua Xiaoheng, that person resigned yesterday. It looks like there really is something wrong. In Shixiang asked Hua Xiaoheng over the phone, should we conduct a nationwide search? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. Just freeze his bank account and credit cards. I'll see where he can run if he has no money. Roger, Chief. In Shixiang agreed with a smile and quickly went to the bank to request a freeze. They took the search and arrest warrant from the court and went directly to the bank. You want to freeze it? The bank's VIP account manager looked at the search and arrest warrant In Shixiang showed him and quickly said, this is our big client. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? In Shixiang knocked on the table and said nonchalantly, big client? How big could he be? He had done his research. The public relations manager of Kai Song-yin's company was a university student from a small county. He was very smart and very capable. He had risen through the ranks rather quickly and had an annual salary of $300,000. This kind of person, no matter how rich he was, where could he go? So when the bank's VIP account manager showed Yin Shixiang the person's account balance, his eyes almost popped out of his head. How many zeros are there? I can't even count them. Yin Shixiang joked. More than 90 million. The account balance was actually 300 times his annual salary. This was a proper crime of having a large amount of wealth of unknown origin. Yes, it will soon reach 100 million. The bank's VIP account manager smiled widely. So, shouldn't you check again? Maybe you got the wrong person? There's no mistake. It's him. Give me a detailed account of his bank account, starting from the day the 90 million entered his bank account. Yin Shixiang slapped the search and arrest warrant into the bank's VIP account manager's hands. Hurry up and freeze his bank account and credit cards. Don't hinder us from arresting him. His last sentence was very serious. The bank's VIP account manager didn't dare to joke around with him anymore. He quickly waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to freeze the bank account and credit cards. Less than half an hour after the freeze, an ATM in a bank branch in the imperial capital sounded an alarm. Someone was trying to withdraw money from the bank account they had just frozen at this ATM. Yin Shixiang quickly pulled up the surveillance footage of the ATM and saw that it was the public relations manager of Kai Songyin's Entertainment Limited Company trying to withdraw money. XX branch, I'm from the Special Operations Forces. I have a mission that requires your cooperation. Yin Shixiang quickly mobilized the police officers patrolling near the ATM and asked them to help arrest the person. Because the arrest warrant was with Yin Shixiang, he ordered the nearby police officers to arrest the person while he quickly drove to the destination with his men. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1125. The PR manager from Kai Songyin's entertainment company had already fled, but due to a momentary lapse in judgment, he didn't leave the imperial capital in time. When he was withdrawing money, he was escorted into a police car by a swarm of police officers. Yin Shixiang arrived with his men and immediately took over. They took him into a military vehicle and locked him up in the Special Operations Forces Suspect building. Hong Kong Quan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Songyin were all locked up there. Hua Xiaohing heard that Yin Shixiang had brought the PR manager back so quickly and patted him on the shoulder. Good job, Big Xiong. I'll give you a drumstick tonight. Yin Shixiang chuckled. Hua Xiao, I don't need the drumstick. Can you give me something else? Like approving my marriage application or something? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly seemed to become selectively deaf. He said, set up the interrogation room so that Kai Songyin and her PR manager can confront each other. Of course, before that, he had to interrogate the PR manager. Arriving at the PR manager's interrogation room, Xiaoheng casually sat down in front of him. Why did you run? The PR manager forced himself to be calm as he pushed up his glasses. I didn't run. I resigned normally. Sir, the law doesn't say I can't resign, right? Xiaoheng crossed his legs and listened to his nonsense as he flipped through the bank details brought back by Yin Shixiang. He said calmly, the law doesn't say I can't resign, but the law says that illegal assets will be confiscated and there will be a fine and sentence. What illegal assets do I have? Every penny I have is earned with my own hard work. Go ask around and find out who the desperate man of Kai's entertainment company is. The PR manager was indeed a PR manager. He was very good at changing the subject. However, Xiaoheng wasn't an ignorant person. He wasn't easily led astray. You work hard to earn every penny, including bribing a lousy writer to write this kind of article? Xiaoheng slapped the short article summary on the PR manager's desk. Look at this yourself. Is this worth 90 million? The PR manager's face turned pale with fright. He stammered, what nonsense are you talking about? Who did I bribe? You can't slander me. The PR manager snapped out of his daze and recalled that the Weibo blogger Churchill's Garden, Lu Deong, was already dead. No one knew that he had anything to do with this incident, so he quickly armed himself. I never say things without evidence. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. Tell me where the 90 million came from first. I don't think you filed your taxes, have you? An unexpected windfall of 90 million. Only a fool would file taxes. The PR manager muttered in his heart and became more and more unscrupulous. He crossed his arms and said, "This is a gift from someone. So what? Is giving gifts against the law? I'm not an official, so it's none of your business." Hua Xiaoheng raised his brows. Who gave it to you? If you can't tell me where it came from, I'll confiscate the 90 million. Actually, even if he told them where he came from, it would still be confiscated. The PR manager stared at him. Which law says I can't receive a large gift? You can't be unreasonable. Do you know what money laundering is? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the man who knew nothing about the law. Can you feel at ease if such a large amount of money is transferred to your account? Actually, there was also a problem with the bank surveillance. Such a large amount of money was transferred to an ordinary account, but they didn't report it. But Hua Xiaoheng thought about it again. Domestic anti-money laundering matters were reported to the Secret Service, and the head of the Secret Service had always been Hong Kong Quan. Therefore, some seemingly unrelated clues came together and formed a knot. If the bank had reported such a large amount of money, Hong Kong Quan would definitely know about it. But he didn't order the bank to investigate, and instead hid this information. That was interesting. What role did Hong Kong Quan play in all of this? The PR manager panicked when he heard the word money laundering. He yelled, "You're saying I'm laundering money? Show me the evidence." People like you have to show evidence to prove that they're not laundering money. Hua Xiaoheng stared at him again, his gaze sharp as an arrow. Tell me, who gave you the money? Was it Kai Songyin? The PR manager's expression changed. After a while, he stiffened his neck. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? If it was, come with me to see someone. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and stood up. He brought the PR manager to Kai Songyin's interrogation room. As soon as the PR manager entered and saw Kai Songyin, he looked like he'd seen a ghost and was about to kneel. Miss Kai." The PR manager's forehead glistened with sweat. Kai Songyin looked at him and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Yes, it was him. I asked him to contact that Weibo blogger." The PR manager's face turned ashen, and he couldn't even stand straight. Hua Xiaoheng placed the PR manager's bank details in front of Kai Songyin. "You just said that you gave him the 90 million. Kai Songyin was furious as soon as she saw it. "Nonsense. When did I ever give you that much money? I was generous enough to give you an annual salary of 300,000. You." Suddenly, Kai Songyin understood. She pounced on the PR manager, who had already fallen to the ground, and kicked him. "You traitorous *TCH. You're really trying to get me killed. Tell me, who gave you the money? What did he ask you to do?" Hua Xiaoheng extended the summary of the short article to the PR manager. "Look at this yourself. What is this?" The PR manager glanced at it and still tried to defend himself. "Miss Kai asked me to find someone to write this. She paid me 90 million to seal my mouth. *T. Do you need me to seal your mouth? You'll be killed sooner or later." Kai Songyin shook her head in disdain. "My entire fortune is less than 90 million. How would I give you 90 million in cash?" "Major General Hua, he's lying. Don't believe him." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "We've already searched his house with a search warrant. We should have results soon." By now, the PR manager had completely broken down. He sprawled on the ground and sobbed. "I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Someone contacted me and asked me to replace Chief Kai's essay. They promised me a 90 million yuan reward. I've never seen so much money before, so I agreed. Miss Kai is also slandering Miss Gu and Major General Hua anyway. Slander my ass." Kai Songyin was furious. "I was only targeting Gu Nianji. What did I ask you to slander Major General Hua? What happened to the email I sent you?" "I deleted it," the PR manager said dejectedly. Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly, "It's fine. As long as the hard drive is still there, we can recover everything." The PR manager. It was already too late to argue. An hour later, Xiaoheng recovered all the deleted data on his laptop hard drive and found the original outline that Kai Songyin had sent him. It was indeed as Kai Songyin had said. The content she wanted to write was to slander Gun Yinji, but it was actually to support Xiaoheng. However, the short article that had been replaced was extremely disgusting. He really didn't know whether the mastermind hated Xiaoheng more or Gun Yinji more, or perhaps they hated both equally. Xiaoheng felt that it wasn't surprising that someone hated him. Of course, his enemies hated him to the core. However, he couldn't understand why someone hated Gun Yinji so intensely. Gun Yinji was only 19 years old and had never done anything bad. Who hated her so much that they wanted to destroy her reputation and make her live a life worse than death. For some reason, this method reminded Xiaoheng of the sinister H3 of 7 incident from 2 years ago. It was practically the same despicable and vicious act. Xiaoheng thought about it and found the email attachment that someone had sent him in the PR manager's email. It was the outline of the short article that had been replaced. It even provided some extremely detailed descriptions. Xiaoheng. He looked at it silently for a while before physically deleting the entire attachment. Then, he used the formatting program that he had written himself to format a hard drive partition. This way, even if he recovered the deleted data on the hard drive, the data that he had specially formatted could not be recovered. This time, since he had found the email that someone had sent him, he could also find the IP address that had sent the email. When Xiaoheng saw the invalid IP address that he and Gun Yinji were very familiar with, he completely understood. From start to finish, they only had one enemy. This was the third watch, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1126. Xiaoheng put the PR manager's laptop back into the evidence bag and waved for someone to take it away. He stood up and said to the public relations manager, who was sobbing on the ground, and Kai Songyin, who was standing to the side with a face full of anger, "Everything you said today has been recorded and recorded. I will communicate with the court and have Kai Songyin become a tainted witness." Xiaoheng's deep eyes narrowed as he walked out of the Special Operations Forces building. It was almost daybreak. The great purple sky was turning white, embedded in the edge of the white clouds. The sun hid behind the clouds, ready to burst out at any moment. It was another sleepless night, but Xiaoheng wasn't sleepy at all. In fact, he was very excited. It was just that it couldn't be seen from the outside. He left calmly with steady steps and returned to his official residence. It wasn't even 6 a.m. yet, so Xiaoheng changed into casual clothes and went to the training field to do his daily morning exercise, a 10-kilometer cross-country obstacle run. It was already 7 a.m. when he ran back, drenched in sweat. He walked in through the door with the warmth of the sun. He took off his casual jacket and put on a black t-shirt. When he turned around to change his shoes, he saw a slim figure squatting down and placing a pair of comfortable shoes at his feet. It was Gun Yinji. Looking down, Xiaoheng felt a bit hot when he saw her dark, silky hair draping down her back like seaweed. He should have run another 10 kilometers. He thought vaguely as he pulled Gun Yinji up from the ground and carried her to the shoe cabinet in the entryway. He cupped the back of her head with one hand and held her waist with the other. He leaned over and kissed her. Gun Yinji gripped the hem of his t-shirt with one hand and gently responded to his kiss. Her other hand rested on his muscular arm. They were so engrossed in the kiss that there was a loud thud in the living room. It sounded like someone had fallen. Xiaoheng let go of Gun Yinji and buried his face in her neck, panting slightly. Gun Yinji's clear eyes looked over his broad shoulders and saw Yin Shixiang gritting his teeth as he got up from the ground in the living room. He picked up the coffee table that he had knocked over. Gun Yinji's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She took a deep breath and was intoxicated by Xiaoheng's scent. He must have just finished exercising. He was still drenched in sweat, but it didn't smell bad. Instead, it felt like male hormones were exploding. It was like the summer breeze brushing against his cheeks. It was warm and carried the saltiness of the sea breeze. Xiaoheng noticed her little movements, and his heart softened. He loved her so much that he gently carried her down from the shoe cabinet and kissed her forehead. Have you had breakfast? I just got up. Not yet. I was waiting for you to eat together. Gunyinji held hands with him as they walked into the living room. Be good. I'm going to take a shower. You go to the dining room first and wait for me for breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder gently and walked towards the spiral staircase. Gunyinji walked into the living room with a smile that she couldn't hide. In Shixiang was already sitting in the dining room, holding an open morning newspaper in front of him. Gunyinji couldn't help laughing when she recalled how embarrassed In Shixiang was in the living room. She said cheerfully, Brother Xiong, why didn't you know how to walk just now? How could you fall in the living room? She clearly knew that In Shixiang had probably seen her being intimate with Hua Xiaoheng and was so shocked that he fell. However, she pretended not to know anything. In Shixiang peeked out from the top of the morning newspaper and saw that Gunyinji was alone. He finally sighed and put down the newspaper. He frowned and whined. Do you know it's against the rules for you to be so lovey-dovey in public so early in the morning? Gunyinji rolled her eyes. This is Hua Xiao's official residence. It's not a public place. I haven't even said you were looking at me indecently, and you're still trying to blame me. In Shixiang laughed and leaned forward to ask quietly, didn't you guys break up? Are you back together now? Gunyinji took the knife and spread peanut butter on the toast. She said nonchalantly, not yet. I'm still thinking about it. In Shixiang pounded the table. Don't try to trick me. Look at you two kissing like your lips are almost touching, and you're telling me you're still thinking about it? You're about to melt in Hua Xiao's arms. Gunyinji blushed and glared at In Shixiang. How can you talk like that? Didn't Chi-Chi teach you to pretend you didn't see this kind of thing? In Shixiang immediately softened when he heard the name Ma Chi-Chi. He stopped arguing with Gunyinji and said listlessly, I haven't seen Chi-Chi recently. Because of the interim election, In Shixiang had been living in the Senate building for almost half a month and hadn't left the building for even a minute. Gunyinji quickly comforted him. Are you okay today? Go find her soon. Go study with her, eat with her, and go shopping. In Shixiang's mind was filled with thoughts about his marriage report. Hua Xiaoheng had stuck him and kept making him rewrite it. He was almost writing until his fingers were cramping. In Shixiang's eyes turned and sneakily walked to Gunyinji's side to sit down. He whispered, Nyinji, Hua Xiao is courting you, right? Gunyinji quietly moved to the side. Let's talk things out. Don't try to play tricks. In Shixiang chuckled. I have something to ask of you. No, Chi-Chi and I have something to ask of you. Gunyinji poured herself a glass of milk. What is it? About you and Chi-Chi? As long as I can help, I will. In Shixiang was overjoyed and quickly said, It's like this. I submitted my marriage report with Chi-Chi several times, but Hua Xiao didn't approve it. He kept making me rewrite it. I've already rewritten it several times. Gunyinji didn't understand. I might not be able to help with this. The marriage report is such a serious matter. I don't want to get involved. This concerns Chi-Chi's marriage. Hua Xiao probably didn't approve because you didn't do a good enough job. Brother Xiong, you can do it. I'm on your side. Her words sounded nice, but she didn't have any intention of helping him at all. In Shixiang glared at her. Brother Xiong doted on you for nothing. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng had just showered and walked down in his military uniform. He asked refreshingly, What do you mean doted on you for nothing? Big Xiong, what are you talking about? In Shixiang's face paled. He quickly stood up and pulled out a seat for Hua Xiaoheng. He politely invited him to sit down. No, I was just joking with Nyinji. Right, Nyinji? Gunyinji giggled and nodded. Yes, Brother Xiong said the marriage report was difficult to write, so he asked me to write it for him. I didn't agree, so Brother Xiong said he doted on me for nothing. She casually found an excuse. In Shixiang sighed in relief and secretly gave her a thumbs up under the table. Hua Xiaoheng sat down next to Gunyinji and smiled. Big Xiong, I've already decided to approve your marriage report. What's wrong? You think it's not good enough, so you want to write it a few more times? Oh, really? In Shixiang was so happy he almost jumped up. Didn't you say you needed to think about it last time? He thought he would have to call back and rewrite it again. Hua Xiaoheng thought to himself that times had changed, but he didn't explain. He dragged his breakfast over and said calmly, "I've thought about it for a few days. Seeing how sincere you are, I've decided to approve it so you don't keep bothering me." In Xixiang pressed his palms together. He was practically worshipping Hua Xiaoheng like a god. He didn't even eat breakfast. He grabbed a beef bun and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, I'll take the day off to find Chi-Chi and tell her the good news. Go, bring Chi-Chi over for dinner when you're free." Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand behind him. In Xixiang had already run out of the room with invisible eyes. Gun Yinji laughed so hard she almost collapsed on the table. Hua Xiaoheng served her a bowl of millet porridge, a crispy fried dough stick, and 2 small shrimp soup dumplings. He placed them in front of her. Gun Yinji ate 2 toasted bread slices, drank the porridge, and ate the fried dough stick. Then, she finished the shrimp soup dumplings on the table. After eating, she collapsed on the chair and sighed. "I've gained at least 2 pounds after this breakfast." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. His eyes swept over Gun Yinji's perky chest without batting an eyelid. He smoothly changed the topic. "Do you have anything going on today?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "No, but I plan to go back to work at the Senate tomorrow." She had originally planned to rest for 7 to 8 days. However, she only rested for 4 to 5 days before she couldn't take it anymore. It felt terrible to have nothing to do. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Come with me to the central control room later. There are some things I need to tell you." Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. "Is it related to Hong Kong Quan, Tan Dongbang, and Kai Songyi?" She had always wanted to know what was going on. However, this was within the scope of Hua Xiaoheng's authority. If they didn't take the initiative to say it, Gun Yinji didn't even dare to ask. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "More or less." After breakfast, Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng to the central control room. She was already very familiar with the people there. Everyone had been through things together and had fought in wars. Although it was on a battlefield that couldn't be seen, it was as thrilling as a traditional battlefield. The bond between comrades was stronger than other friendships because they had been through life and death together. Gun Yinji walked in and waved at everyone. She greeted them one by one before walking into Hua Xiaoheng's single office. Hua Xiaoheng had his own office in the central control room. Normally, he didn't go in and worked with everyone in the lobby. He only entered his office when he was dealing with confidential and important matters or having one-on-one meetings with his subordinates. Gun Yinji walked in and closed the office door. She sat across from Hua Xiaoheng's desk and patted her chest curiously. "What is it, Hua Xiao? Why are you so serious?" "I'm so scared." Although she said she was scared, the expression on her face actually didn't show any fear at all. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind and turned on the computer. "Come here. I'll show you something." Gun Yinji got up and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side to look at the computer screen with him. There were 3 widescreen screens on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. The one in the middle showed an invalid IP address. It was an invalid 4-digit number that claimed to be an international number. Gun Yinji was very familiar with the IP address. She pointed and said, "Isn't this our old friend? What's wrong? Are you also comrades with Hong Kong Quan?" This was the first watch. It was the 3rd watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 2nd watch at 1 p.m. and the 3rd watch at 7 p.m. Mwax. Chapter 11:27. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and moved his mouse to the invalid phone number under the invalid IP address. This phone number is said to be an international number, but a 4-digit phone number can't possibly be an international number. It's even impossible for a domestic number to be an international number. Only some internal lines might have 4 digits. However, it was common knowledge that internal lines could only be used within the company's line. It was impossible to directly use an internal line to call from outside. Gun Yinji had never seen this phone number before and was very surprised. "Oh, what's going on? Who used this number to call?" Hua Xiaoheng explained how Hong Kong Quan and Tan Dongbang had been in contact with this number. He then said they both clearly said that they had received many calls from this number and that they had also directly dialed this number to get through. But strangely, I didn't find any call records related to this invalid number on their phones. There were no records of either the calls being made or the calls being made. I also asked someone to check the records of the mobile company, but they didn't find it either. Gunyinji thought this sounded familiar. She thought about it quietly for a while and whispered, Hua Xiao, don't you think we've seen this situation before? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Now that Gunyinji mentioned it, Hua Xiaoheng also seemed to have some impression of it. You mean my uncle's phone? Gunyinji nodded with a smile. I remember we found text messages on that phone, but we couldn't find any source. It was as if they appeared out of thin air on a phone that had been offline for more than a decade. The mobile company also couldn't find any records. Theoretically, the mobile company should have records of all messages received or sent from a phone. There was usually no need to check, but if there was a need, it could be done in minutes. Hua Xiaoheng frowned deeply and looked at the two numbers for a while before asking, Nianji, did you find the origin of this invalid IP? Gunyinji shook her head regretfully. No, I tried for a long time, but I didn't succeed. If it was a fake IP, there was still a possibility of finding it. But an invalid IP is too ridiculous. Because it's invalid, it's like an antelope hanging its horn on the internet and completely untraceable. There were still traces of a fake IP, but an invalid IP violated the internet's IP rules. In other words, it was outside the rules, so there was no way to find it. Hearing Gunyinji's words, Hua Xiaoheng had another thought. He said admiringly, then if we also know how to use an invalid IP to go online, then we don't have to worry about our IP being discovered, right? Isn't this the best way to protect the privacy of internet users? Gunyinji was used to being a hacker, so she understood immediately. His jade-like eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If this invalid IP technology could achieve a breakthrough, it would definitely be a good tool for hackers. Ha ha ha. Dad doesn't have to worry about me being caught as a hacker anymore. Who's your father? Gunyinji, shouldn't you say that Mom no longer has to worry about me being caught as a hacker? Hua Xiaoheng said slowly. Or you could say that Hua Xiao no longer has to worry. Gunyinji blushed and complained quietly. How can you make fun of me about something like this? Okay, actually I wasn't completely joking. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to sit down. But think about it carefully. You just blurted out, Dad. Don't you have any memory of Mom at all? Gunyinji tilted her head and thought about it for a while. She spread her hands and said, Actually, I don't even have any memory of Dad. I blurted it out just now, subconsciously. As for why I didn't call him Mom, I don't know either. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly for a while and stroked her long hair. Forget it. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Go back and rest. Prepare to go to work at the Senate tomorrow. He felt that he couldn't let Gunyinji think about it alone. It was better to go to work and have something to do. Gunyinji nodded. I'll go tomorrow. I plan to move back to the Hepingli precinct. That was the house she bought herself. Although Hua Xiaoheng was reluctant to leave, he didn't stop her. He only said, I'll be with you this weekend. Gunyinji curled her lips. Call me before you come. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Gunyinji left the central control room and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence to pack her things. The next morning, Hua Xiaoheng personally drove her to the Senate building in a normal black Mercedes-Benz SUV. When they arrived at the main entrance of the Senate building, Gunyinji got out of the car alone. Hua Xiaoheng took her things to the Hepingli precinct and dropped off her luggage. Therefore, no one saw Hua Xiaoheng drop her off. Gunyinji took the elevator to the secretariat floor of the Senate building and greeted everyone with a smile. Finally, she went to Special Assistant Zhuang's office and knocked on the door. Special Assistant Zhuang, I'm fine now. I'm coming to work. Special Assistant Zhuang looked up and was very happy to see her. He walked out from behind his desk and stood at the door to shake her hand. Welcome back, Miss Gu. We can sign the contract today. Gunyinji nodded with a smile. Actually, I still have to take the exam, even if I sign it. I don't even know what's the point of signing it. What if I fail the exam? Wouldn't you be in a dilemma, then? Special Assistant Zhuang put his hands in his trouser pockets and rocked back and forth with laughter. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Even if you fail, we'll still take you. Only signed documents have legal force. The exam results are only a reference. Gunyinji was actually just joking. As a straight-A student, the last thing she was afraid of was exams. What kind of misunderstanding did they have about someone who could get full marks just by casually reading a few books before an exam? After greeting him, Gunyinji turned around and saw Rong Mingxing standing diagonally behind her with a document bag. Gunyinji didn't know how long she had been standing there. Gunyinji nodded as a greeting. She didn't expect Rong Mingxing to force a smile at her. Although it was forced, it was still a smile. She was a bit timid and even took the initiative to greet her. "Miss Gu, you're here. Are your injuries better?" Although Gunyinji was shocked, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and nodded. "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern." She left without looking back. Rong Mingxing opened her mouth, but didn't call out to her in the end. Not long after Gunyinji arrived at her small office, Reinitz came to visit her. Reinitz couldn't go upstairs, so he called her from downstairs. "Serious, I'm going back to Germany tomorrow. Before I leave, I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your hospitality these past few days." Reinitz's voice was a typical baritone. His tone was gentle, and the stiff German he spoke was filled with tenderness. It was like he was holding a feather and brushing it against Gunyinji's cheek. Gunyinji's ears burned from listening to him. She was going to refuse, but Reinitz added, "Did you catch Hong Kong Quan? I heard that not only did he contact the Japanese, but he also contacted the Americans." It was the second watch. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. Moi. Chapter 1128. Gunyinji vaguely knew that when Hong Kong Quan escaped, he must have had something in his hands, although she didn't know what it was. That was the only way the Japanese would be willing to sacrifice their spy chain in the Huaxia Empire for so many years to send him away. Although they didn't succeed in the end, the Huaxia Empire almost lost many elites of the Special Operations Forces. If it weren't for Gunyinji and Song Jining, it would have been Hua Xiaoheng and his men who died of suffocation at the bottom of the sea in Japan, not the elites of the Japanese frogmen. Now that she heard Reinitz say that Hong Kong Quan had contacted the Americans before contacting the Japanese, Gunyinji felt that this made sense. She had always known that Hong Kong Quan was backed by the Americans, so when she found out that it was the Japanese who received him, Gunyinji was a little surprised. She immediately asked, "Contacted the Americans? Who did you hear this from?" Reinitz let out a magnetic chuckle. "When you get off work tonight, I'll pick you up and go to your house to cook for you. I'll tell you the details." He then hung up. Gunyinji stared at her phone and complained to herself about Reinitz's rudeness. He kept her in suspense and forced her to eat his cooking. Gunyinji turned on her computer with a gloomy expression. She suppressed her uneasiness and began to work. She hadn't been in for 4 or 5 days, and there was nothing in her mailbox, but Special Assistant Zhuang sent her contract. Gunyinji printed out the contract and read it carefully. Seeing that it was only for 2 years and that the salary was reasonable, she signed it with confidence and personally delivered it to Special Assistant Zhuang. Special Assistant Zhuang was now on the same floor as Speaker Long, and his office was directly across from Speaker Long's. "Special Assistant Zhuang, I still need Speaker Long's signature here. Do you want to send it over? Or do you want me to ask Speaker Long to sign it myself?" Gunyinji smiled as she placed the printed and signed contract on Special Assistant Zhuang's desk. Special Assistant Zhuang took it and quickly looked at it. He signed his name first and said, "Put it here. When Speaker Long comes out of the meeting, I'll personally bring it to him for his signature." "Thank you, Special Assistant Zhuang." Gunyinji smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she pushed the door open and left. As soon as she returned to her office, she saw Rong Mingxing standing in front of her door. Gunyinji coughed behind her. "Miss Rong, what's the matter?" Rong Mingxing turned around abruptly and saw Gunyinji standing behind her. Her snow-white face instantly flushed, and she stammered, "Miss Gu, are you free?" I have something to discuss with you. Gun Yinji nodded. Please come in. She walked in first. Rong Mingxing followed her in and closed the office door. Half the walls of Gun Yinji's small office were made of transparent glass, so the people inside could be seen from the outside. Unless the blinds were drawn, there would be some privacy. Gun Yinji saw that Rong Mingxing seemed to have something to say, so she asked politely, "Should I close the curtains?" "Oh no, it's fine like this." Rong Mingxing carefully sat down in front of her. Both of them were facing the glass wall. Gun Yinji took an unopened bottle of mineral water from the table and handed it to Rong Mingxing. "I took this from the small kitchen in the secretariat." Rong Mingxing took it and said, "Thank you." Then she looked at Gun Yinji and bit her lip without saying anything. Gun Yinji didn't say anything and just looked at her with a smile. Competing to see who could lose their cool and speak first? Gun Yinji had only lost to Hua Xiaoheng before, so Rong Mingxing's level wasn't enough for her. The two of them stared at each other for a full 3 minutes, and Rong Mingxing was defeated. She looked away and looked down at Gun Yinji's desk, which was also a computer desk, and murmured, "Miss Gu, aren't you curious about what I have to say?" "Why should I be curious? It's not like I'm the one talking to you." Gun Yinji replied calmly. Her tone was flat and emotionless, and she had a very businesslike attitude. Rong Mingxing was overwhelmed by Gun Yinji's aura. It was as if she wasn't facing a 19-year-old graduate who had just graduated with a master's degree, but a sophisticated and astute veteran who had been in politics for more than a decade. But Gun Yinji clearly wasn't like that. Rong Mingxing couldn't explain why she felt this way. Her legs were trembling, and she wanted nothing more than to run away. But when she thought that she would have nothing if she left, she quickly mustered up her courage. She clenched her fists under the table to cheer herself up. She looked up at Gun Yinji and whispered, "Miss Gu, I heard you've already signed the contract?" Gun Yinji, she had clearly just sent the contract up, but she also knew that there were almost no secrets working in a place like this. Moreover, the work contract wasn't secret because after Speaker Long signed it, it would be posted in the public area where everyone could see it for a month until no one had any objections. Only then would it be considered officially approved. Everyone knew who was going to be promoted, who was leaving, who offended who, and who was sucking up to who. Rong Mingxing would soon see Gun Yinji's work contract on the bulletin board, and even the salary was not confidential. Because the salary information of the Senate and government agencies was not considered personal privacy, it had to be displayed to the public. Gun Yinji quickly figured this out and nodded. "Yes, I just signed it. What's wrong?" Rong Mingxing twisted the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her thin lips moved. She hummed and hawed for a long time before saying, "Then can I ask you to do me a favor on account of us being schoolmates?" Gun Yinji, she really wanted to say, "Why should I help you? Just because we're schoolmates? But I didn't even know your name when I was in school, and you're a graduate student and an undergraduate student. This favor is too far." Gun Yinji muttered a few words in her heart, but didn't say it out loud. Forget it. She would help if she could. Gun Yinji noticed that Rong Mingxing was dressed very plainly. The clothes were a new style, but it was obviously a knockoff. The threads at the corners of the clothes were showing, and the fabric and cut were very ordinary. It had the shape, but not the spirit. It could be seen that her family was probably not very well off. Gun Yinji sighed in her heart, and her tone softened a lot. "What kind of favor? Tell me first." Rong Mingxing knew there was hope as soon as she heard this, and she immediately became more energetic. She immediately said, "Do you agree? I'll tell you if you agree." Gun Yinji, how could she ask for help like this? She hadn't even said what it was, and she wanted her to agree first. She didn't even say anything if she didn't agree. Gun Yinji wasn't interested in being perfunctory, so she said lightly, "Then you don't have to say it. I won't see you out. Thank you for closing the door." As she spoke, she looked at the computer and ignored Rong Mingxing. Rong Mingxing didn't expect Gun Yinji to turn hostile so quickly. She was extremely embarrassed, but she couldn't bear to leave. Her backer was originally Special Assistant Yang, but she heard that Special Assistant Yang had lost his job because he had offended Gun Yinji. Rong Mingxing couldn't rely on Special Assistant Yang anymore, so she could only rely on Gun Yinji. She thought about it and finally said, Miss Gu, it's like this. I was thinking that since you've already signed the contract, can you not take the exam? Or just answer a few random questions during the exam and don't pass. Gun Yinji looked at her and shook her head. No, isn't that cheating? I won't do that. But Miss Gu, you've already signed the contract. I heard Special Assistant Zhuang say that even if you fail, it won't stop you from getting the job. Why are you still being so overbearing? Rong Mingxing was very puzzled. It was obviously a simple matter, so why wouldn't Gun Yinji help her out of respect for their schoolmates? As long as you fail, I can get the position, Rong Mingxing said very nervously. My family isn't well off, so it doesn't matter. I really need this job. Miss Gu, I know you know a lot of people, and they're all high-ranking officials. You don't need to squeeze into this single log bridge with a commoner like me. Besides, you've already signed the contract, so the exam is just a formality. Why can't you even let go of a formality? Rong Mingxing had consulted Special Assistant Yang. They only had one position for the Senate's recruitment this time. However, Gun Yinji was considered a special recruit. In other words, if she failed the exam, her position would be extra and wouldn't take up the official position. With the questions that Special Assistant Yang had left out for Rong Mingxing was very confident that she could get first place and get the official position. Of course, the premise was that Gun Yinji, the top student, didn't do too well on the exam. If Gun Yinji also got first place on the written exam, there wouldn't be an extra position, and Rong Mingxing wouldn't be able to enter the Senate as an official employee. Gun Yinji listened to Rong Mingxing and finally understood why she wanted her help. She was a little hesitant. Indeed, what Rong Mingxing said made some sense. She had already signed the contract, so no matter what her results were, she had already taken up the position. Why should she fight with others? But what did Rong Mingxing mean by that? As far as Gun Yinji knew, Rong Mingxing wasn't the only candidate other than Gun Yinji. However, her attitude was very firm, as if she would definitely get first place as long as Gun Yinji failed the exam. Chapter 1129. Rong Mingxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Gun Yinji didn't reject her outright. This was already a pleasant surprise for her. She immediately stood up respectfully with her back to the bright floor-to-ceiling glass window. She bowed to Gun Yinji continuously, so much so that it was almost as polite as a Japanese 90-degree bow. Thank you, Miss Gu. Thank you, Miss Gu. I knew that Miss Gu was beautiful and kind and would definitely help me. Rong Mingxing was full of praise and had a grateful expression on her face. Gun Yinji faced the floor-to-ceiling glass window and couldn't help but see that the people from the secretariat outside her office had almost surrounded her office. In the eyes of the senior staff and the secretariat, Gun Yinji was actually the same kind of person as Rong Mingxing. They were both new interns this year, but now one was already sitting in her own office, and the other was bowing in front of the other. This contrast was too big, and most people had a balance in their hearts. At this time, everyone's weight was on Rong Mingxing's side. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she calmly watched Rong Mingxing bow. When she finished, she smiled and pointed to the camera in the corner of the office. I forgot to tell you that everything here is monitored. If what you said just now reaches Special Assistant Zhuang or Speaker Long, don't blame me. Rong Mingxing's head jerked up, and her face suddenly turned pale. Monitor? Surveillance? Yes. Gun Yinji smiled and nodded very kindly. Of course there is surveillance. Where are we? The Senate building. Every place here is monitored, so if you want to make any personal calls, remember to leave the Senate building and go to a public place outside, or go to the bathroom to make the call. There are no surveillance cameras there. Oh, thank you, Miss Gu, for reminding me. What I said just now was just me being possessed. Miss Gu, please don't mind me. I didn't mean for you to go easy on me. I really didn't. Rong Mingxing explained in a panic. She was really scared to death. How did she know that there were surveillance cameras in Gun Yinji's private office? If there were surveillance cameras, even if Gun Yinji went easy on her, what could she gain? Rong Mingxing left Gun Yinji's office with a twisted expression. She pushed the door open and looked up to see a few colleagues from the secretariat surrounding the door, looking at her curiously. Seeing her expression, they quickly came over to comfort her. Mingxing, what's wrong? Who made you so angry? Mingxing, tell us if you have any difficulties. Don't be like this, okay? A middle-aged woman took Rong Mingxing's hand and pouted towards Gun Yinji's office. Because Gun Yinji had stood up for Speaker Long and had even taken a beating for the sake of the Senate, everyone had originally been quite impressed by her. Seeing that she had yet to become a permanent employee and was already bossing around her colleagues, everyone immediately couldn't stand it anymore. Gun Yinji walked out of her office and leaned against the door with her arms crossed. She smiled and said, "Yeah, Rong Mingxing, why don't you tell everyone how I made you angry? If you don't have enough, you can also watch the surveillance video. Anyway, my office has a 24-hour surveillance camera with recording. Everything you do and say is clear. I definitely won't deliberately edit it to cause misunderstandings." Rong Mingxing originally wanted to vaguely mislead her colleagues, but when she heard Gun Yinji's hidden words, she couldn't help shivering. Her colleagues from the secretariat also felt awkward and said sheepishly, "Miss Gu, we saw Rong Mingxing bow to you just now. We don't know what happened, so we asked. If we offended you, please forgive us, please forgive us." Gun Yinji smiled and squinted her eyes. I wouldn't dare. Ignorance is not a crime. You didn't offend me. As long as Rong Mingxing explains things clearly, I believe no one will misunderstand. Right, Rong Mingxing? Gun Yinji originally wanted to play along with Rong Mingxing and investigate why she was so sure that she could get first place without Gun Yinji. Everyone knew that Rong Mingxing was brought into the Senate by Special Assistant Yang as an intern. Special Assistant Yang, on the other hand, was still on a long vacation at home because of his conflict with Gun Yinji, but seeing Rong Mingxing climb up the ladder so quickly, Gun Yinji didn't want to tolerate her anymore. She wasn't a person who could keep her cool, and if you beat around the bush with someone who couldn't keep her cool, you would only be at a disadvantage, because she will mess up your plans and dig a hole for you when you least expect it. When dealing with this kind of person, the only way to deal with it was to quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly stop her from continuing to dig a hole for her. Rong Mingxing's face alternated between red and white. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. She was cursing Special Assistant Yang, who had given her this rotten idea, to death. After giving her so many ideas, why didn't he remind her that there were surveillance cameras in Gun Yinji's office? If she had known that there were surveillance cameras, she wouldn't have chosen her office. Instead, she would have blocked Gun Yinji in the bathroom and pleaded with her. Rong Mingxing stammered and didn't speak. The people in the secretariat also noticed that something was wrong and immediately distanced themselves from Rong Mingxing. Everyone laughed for a while and returned to their own offices. Rong Mingxing was left standing there alone and looking at Gun Yinji pitifully. The smile on Gun Yinji's face faded. Rong Mingxing, what's the point of doing this? Do you really think I'll believe you? Miss Gu, please don't say any more. Rong Mingxing gritted her teeth. I'll explain to my colleagues. You don't have to be so aggressive. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and uncrossed her arms. I'm aggressive? I didn't say a word. I just listened to you and watched you act. How dare you say I'm aggressive? Then shouldn't I just lie down and let you step on me? That's called kindness and kindness. Rong Mingxing was actually a very articulate person. She graduated from B University with a bachelor's degree in law. How could she not be eloquent? But in front of Gun Yinji, she had no advantage at all. Gun Yinji's few words had made her tear up. She was still worried about what to do if the surveillance cameras had been seen. She had no desire to fight anymore. She said to Gun Yinji, "Anyway, I've already apologized. If you still don't let me go, do whatever you want." With that, she quickly left the secretariat's door and walked to the elevator. It wasn't until she was far away from the Senate building that Rong Mingxing found a quiet place and took out her phone to call Special Assistant Yang. Her first words were, "Brother Yang, you're the death of me." There are surveillance cameras in her office, and every word I said was recorded by the surveillance cameras. Special Assistant Yang was also stunned. Surveillance cameras? There are surveillance cameras in her small office. There were indeed, and Hua Xiaoheng had specifically asked someone to install them for her. Rong Mingxing nodded fiercely. She said there were, and that she could take it out and play it for everyone to see at any time. That's too treacherous. Special Assistant Yang was so angry that he slammed the table. Forget it. I think you should resign. If she has something on you, how are you going to survive there in the future? Resign. Rong Mingxing cried. But, you promised me. He promised that as long as Gun Yinji agreed, he would guarantee that she would stay in the Senate Secretariat. Special Assistant Yang smiled bitterly. When I promised you, I didn't know that there were surveillance cameras in her office. If that's the case, there's no point in continuing. You should resign. To tell you the truth, I'm in contact with a few people I know in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They're in urgent need of people. I've already sent my resume over, and the interview has already been approved. When I meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs again, it'll basically be a done deal. Why don't you resign first, and when I enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'll get you into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Rong Mingxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her tone was much sweeter. That's great. Congratulations, Senior. I knew that Senior was amazing. Actually, if I think about it carefully, leaving the Senate is also good. It's all Gun Yinji's world now. She's the most correct and capable, so she won't be able to stand out even if she stays here. Senior, you must remember to bring me into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's no problem. Special Assistant Yang chuckled and hinted, my appetite hasn't been good lately. Do you want to cook something delicious for me tonight? Rong Mingxing rolled her eyes and tactfully refused. But I have to work overtime tonight. I'll resign after I finish the work at hand. That way, no one can hold anything against me. What do you think? She was also a person who wouldn't let go until she saw the rabbit. Special Assistant Yang was well aware of this, but he wasn't too upset. It was good that she had a brain. He wouldn't dare to help someone without a brain. Okay, then you go ahead with your work. I'll call you when I've made a decision, so you can prepare to submit your resume. Special Assistant Yang took a drag of his cigarette and waited for Rong Mingxing's confirmation before hanging up. When Rong Mingxing returned to the Senate building, she was in a much better mood. She bought a box of milk tea and egg tarts for her colleagues in the Secretariat and explained with a smile, everyone misunderstood just now. Miss could do me a big favor, so I was thanking her. Everyone drank her milk tea and ate her egg tarts, so what happened just now was written off. Gun Yinji didn't eat it, and Speaker Long happened to call her up for a meeting. She put her portion back in the public area of the kitchen and let everyone help themselves. She had a meeting at Speaker Long's place for the whole day because Speaker Long was going to take the members of the Senate abroad for a visit. It turned out that Nadu, the Speaker of the Federal House of the Indian Parliament, had personally sent a letter inviting Speaker Long to lead several members of the Huaxiao Imperial Parliament to visit India. India's letter was sent on a tight schedule this time. The letter had just been delivered to Speaker Long's desk, and the date of the visit was actually April 1st. It was already March 20th, so there were only about 10 days to prepare. Speaker Long was going to visit, so he needed to confirm the personnel arrangements. Gun Yinji had to go. Gun Yinji was smart and quick-witted. Her English was good, her legal knowledge was strong, and she was eloquent. When necessary, she could act as a translator to help fight against the unscrupulous Indian reporters. Special Assistant Zhuang was cautious and meticulous. When Speaker Long wasn't around, he would stay behind to oversee things. He couldn't go, so he also needed to bring a special assistant. Someone tried to suggest Special Assistant Yang, but Speaker Long acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to ask everyone with a smile, which other special assistant is willing to go? Speaker Long's attitude was so clear, so everyone stopped mentioning Special Assistant Yang. In the end, another senior secretary in the Secretariat was decided to be promoted to Special Assistant to accompany Speaker Long on the visit. Everyone had a meeting until 6 o'clock in the evening. Reinitz was impatient and called. Gun Yinji quickly replied, "The meeting just ended. I'll be right down." This was the first night watch. It was 3 o'clock today. It was Monday, so a reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes. The second night watch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third night watch at 7 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1130. It was already dark when they walked out of the Senate building. Rows of shining street lights stood perfectly straight in front of the building, illuminating the wide road in front of the building. The road in front of the Senate building was considered the internal road of the Senate, and there were Senate offices on both sides. Reinitz leaned against the door of a very sturdy-looking black Cadillac and lowered his head to light a cigarette. His blonde hair seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo under the streetlights, and his distinctive Germanic features were impeccable. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 6:30 p.m. Reinitz was a bit impatient. He frowned as he looked ahead, and when he saw that Gu Nianji had already walked over, a smile appeared on his religiously handsome face. He walked quickly to Gu Nianji and naturally bent down to help her carry her laptop bag. Gu Nianji pressed his arm and smiled. "No need, this bag isn't heavy." Reinitz didn't insist and nodded like a gentleman. "Okay, it's already so late. Do you often work overtime?" "It depends." Gu Nianji looked at Reinitz's car and gave a perfunctory reply. Hua Xiaoheng had dropped her off in the morning, so she didn't drive herself. She had originally wanted to take a taxi back, but now she probably wouldn't have to. Reinitz opened the car door. "I'll take you back to the Hepingli district, right?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Haven't you been there before?" "Yes, but if you go back to Major General Hua's place, I can't go." Reinitz smiled very charmingly. There was a moment of darkness inside the car, but Reinitz's eyes were as blue as a jade spring, and he looked at her affectionately. Gu Nianji sighed emotionally. "Reinitz, do you have a girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Although Reinitz's Chinese was very good, he still couldn't understand such modern internet slang. "Girlfriend, girlfriend." Gu Nianji explained to him in English. "You're not married, right?" Reinitz didn't have a ring on his finger. Reinitz started the car and quickly turned out of the middle of the Senate building, heading for the highway. He smiled. "I'm not married, and I don't have a girlfriend. But I have a girl I like, and I'm pursuing her." "That's great. Good luck." Gu Nianji slyly expressed her support, but maintained her composure and treated herself as an outsider. She then cleverly changed the topic. "You were talking about Hong Kong this morning. How did you know?" Reinitz tilted his head to look at Gu Nianji and said with a smile, "We'll talk about it when we get to your house. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I brought the last few Bavarian white sausages and the famous smoked pork trotters from Germany. I went to the supermarket to buy Japanese Kobe steak, the freshest bamboo shoots, and raw salmon." Gu Nianji swallowed her saliva in disappointment and smiled. "I like everything except salmon that can be eaten raw." "You don't like salmon?" "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. "It's too unhygienic to eat raw salmon. I heard there are a lot of parasites." There were indeed very few salmon that could be eaten raw. Even if they were caught from the deep sea, they would have to go through several rounds of freezing to kill the parasites. However, no matter what they did, with the tenacious vitality of the parasites, it was likely that those freezing methods wouldn't be able to kill them. Therefore, Gu Nianji chose not to eat sashimi. It was still edible when it was cooked. Reinitz himself didn't like sashimi, but after reading the information, Gu Nianji's favorite food as a child was sashimi, especially sashimi made from Nordic salmon. He didn't expect her taste to have changed. Reinitz pursed his lips and said after a while, "Did Hua Xiaoheng stop you from eating it?" After thinking about it, only Hua Xiaoheng could have had such a big impact on Gu Nianji and change her eating habits. Gu Nianji laughed. "I think so. I was also quite picky when I was a child. At that time, I was very picky about what I liked and didn't like, but Hua Xiao didn't spoil me. I don't even know when I stopped being picky." In short, ever since she started growing up with Hua Xiaoheng really treated her like military training. If she was picky and didn't eat, then she would starve. Later, there was a lot of training, which made her tired and hungry. She no longer had the mood to be picky. However, she didn't remember liking salmon as a child. Perhaps this was also a part of her memory that was lost. Gu Yanran used to say that she liked to eat dishes related to lotus root, such as lotus root stewed with spare ribs, fried lotus root, glutinous rice osmanthus lotus root slices. She didn't remember, either, as if she had never eaten it before. However, after actually eating it once, she found that it really suited her taste. But salmon, she politely declined it and didn't want to try it at all. It was quite interesting to think about these things. Gunyinji couldn't stop talking as soon as she started. Reinitz listened to her quietly. He had always hated using all kinds of fragrances in the car, so his car had always only had the original smell of leather. However, this time, he actually felt the smell of chocolate wafting in the car. It was sweet and fragrant, but also a little bitter. It was this bitterness that made the sweetness even more luscious, so he couldn't let go of the sweetness in his mouth. The taste of love was the taste of chocolate, perhaps. Just like listening to her speak and watching her do things, he always felt a trace of bitterness on top of the sweetness and touching feeling. Every word of hers could make his heartstrings tremble endlessly, and the aftertaste lingered. He was a little absent-minded, and even the car couldn't help slowing down. This subtle change was quickly captured by someone. With a loud whoosh, two large trucks suddenly sped up from behind and drove to the left and right of Reinitz's car. Reinitz quickly came back to his senses and shouted at Gunyinji, "Fasten your seatbelt. Get down." As he spoke, he freed one hand to press down on Gunyinji's shoulder and make her lie down. Gunyinji was slightly startled, and before she could react, she was pressed down on the seat by Reinitz. As soon as they lay down, they heard a few gunshots hitting their car windows. The window quickly cracked, and it was as if a dense layer of spider webs had suddenly appeared on the window. Reinitz stepped on the gas pedal, and his car roared as it sped up quickly. It shot out like an arrow from a bow and instantly left the two large trucks far behind. His car sped up too fast, and Gunyinji was pressed down on the seat again. Her body crossed the horizontal bar between the two seats, and she was almost lying on Reinitz's thigh. Although Gunyinji tried her best to endure it, she was about to throw up from the sudden jolt of the car. "What happened?" she asked with a pale face, still lying motionless on the seat. She had heard the gunshots just now, but she didn't dare look up at all. She didn't know where the enemy was shooting from. Reinitz said in a low voice, "Someone wanted to kill you, but it's fine now." From the rearview mirror, she saw that the two large trucks had already exited from highway exit. Gunyinji propped herself up and turned to see the dense spider webs on the window next to her. She was shocked. "Your car is actually equipped with bulletproof glass." Reinitz curled his lips. "You know what's good for you." If Gunyinji hadn't suddenly worked overtime, Reinitz felt that they could have perfectly avoided the enemy's pursuit. Because there were a lot of cars on the road at the end of work, the enemy couldn't have squeezed into the lane next to them. Also, there were so many cars that the enemy couldn't successfully escape even if they opened fire. Therefore, Reinitz's original plan was to avoid the enemy when the traffic was congested after work. In the end, Gunyinji happened to be working overtime, so they perfectly avoided rush hour. It could only be said that they were lucky that he reacted in time, so the enemy didn't succeed. If Gunyinji had driven herself or taken a taxi, Reinitz didn't dare to think about it. It was almost 7 o'clock, and there were fewer cars on the highway. Reinitz drove faster and soon got off the viaduct. He drove towards the Hipingli precinct where Gunyinji lived. It was a densely populated area with residential areas on both sides. There were rows of small shops along the street. There were restaurants, cafes, hairdressers, beauty salons, bookstores, video stores, and all kinds of barbecue stalls. They were spread out on the sidewalk and flashed with colorful lights. The atmosphere was like the smoke of the world. After experiencing the sudden shock on the highway, Gunyinji suddenly felt that the smoke of the world was especially precious. She took a deep breath and felt even hungrier. Her stomach growled twice. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. It was Monday, so a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1131. Reinitz glanced at her with a smile and skillfully drove to the Hipingli precinct where Gunyinji lived. Gunyinji showed the security guard her pass, and the guard opened the bar to let their car in. Reinitz's car was a visitor's car, so it was fine to park in the visitor's spot in front of the building. Gunyinji got into the elevator with him. Reinitz carried several paper bags in his hands, all of which were vegetables he had bought from the supermarket. Gun Yinji couldn't help but laugh when she saw this Germanic man with a religious and ascetic temperament. She said, "This is too damaging to your image, Major General Reinitz." Reinitz looked at her gently. "I'd rather not have an image when it comes to you." Gun Yinji shrugged. "Reinitz, if you keep doing this, you'll get tired of your beauty." Reinitz laughed and walked out of the elevator. Gun Yinji opened her door and invited Reinitz in. She had to admit that Reinitz knew her quite well. If Reinitz said he was treating her to dinner outside, Gun Yinji would definitely find an excuse to refuse. How could someone who refused to eat the first bite of food while on a run so easily fall into someone else's trap? Reinitz was both happy and resentful of Gun Yinji for this. Therefore, he chose to cook a table of food for Gun Yinji in her home so that she would let down her guard. Gun Yinji changed her shoes and took a pair of men's slippers for Reinitz to change into. Reinitz had been to her house once, and this time he was familiar with the way to Gun Yinji's kitchen. He put down the things and began to prepare. Gun Yinji was speechless when she saw him wearing a custom-made Armani suit washing vegetables in front of the sink. She found an apron and said with a smile, "This is my apron. Just put up with it." Reinitz glanced back and nodded. He dried his hands and took off his suit jacket, revealing a white pinstriped shirt underneath. He then put on Gun Yinji's teddy bear apron. He actually looked a little cute amidst his elegance. Gun Yinji squinted at him for a while and said, "If you take a photo and post it on Weibo, you'll definitely attract fans." Reinitz glanced at her. "No photos, no fans." Gun Yinji. Reinitz was about to speak to her when he felt the miniature intercom in his ear ring. He said to Gun Yinji, "Go rest. I'll call you out to eat when the food is ready." Gun Yinji also thought it was silly to stand there and watch. She didn't want to help Reinitz cook either. "Okay then, I'll go clean up the room." Gun Yinji returned to her bedroom and locked the door. She decided to take a shower in the bathroom. It was her habit to take a bath as soon as she got home so that she could have a comfortable dinner. Reinitz heard the sound of Gun Yinji closing the door. He connected to his communicator and asked in German, "What's up, Mr. Reed?" Li Dashi sounded a little tired. "Reinitz, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Reinitz nodded. His voice was so soft that if one didn't stand close to him, they wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. "I heard that you were being chased tonight. It's hard to say. I'm also very confused." Reinitz's expression didn't change as he said, "I called Gun Yinji this morning to invite her to dinner. I made an appointment for dinner, but I waited from 5 to 6 before she got off work. Later on, 2 cars suddenly attacked my car on the highway. Even my car window was broken. Fortunately, I was driving a bulletproof car." Li Dashi didn't find anything wrong with what he said, and the logic was correct. His voice softened. "Then you have to be careful. We'll be returning home soon, so don't cause unnecessary trouble." "But Mr. Reed, aren't I fulfilling your mission?" Reinitz said calmly. "Don't you want Gun Yinji anymore?" Li Dashi smiled slowly. "Okay, as long as you can get her to come back with you, I'll give you a great credit." "You know I don't want a great credit. You know what I want." Reinitz ended the call and turned off the miniature intercom completely. At this time, Hua Xiaoheng also received news that Reinitz had been suddenly shot at on the way home from picking up Gun Yinji. "Shot? Are you okay?" Hua Xiaoheng said as he pulled up Gun Yinji's tracking information to check. Seeing that her location was in the Hepingli precinct, she should have arrived home safely. "She's fine." Reinitz's car is a bulletproof sedan, so the other party didn't seem to have anticipated this. Hua Xiaoheng was half relieved. "You guys check where the car that fired the shots came from. I suspect the license plate number is fake." The person who called him was a member of the Special Operations Forces that Hua Xiaoheng had sent to protect Gun Yinji. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Hua Xiao, how do you know that the license plate number is fake?" It was indeed fake. He had just checked the 2 license plate numbers from the traffic police and confirmed that the license plate numbers of the 2 large trucks were fake. Hua Xiaoheng calmly turned on his computer. "Did you take photos? Send them over." The person immediately sent the photos he had taken. Hua Xiaoheng took a look and saw that they were 2 very ordinary large Ford trucks. Looking at the license plate, it was likely that the real license plate was covered with a fake one. This proved that it was a deliberate and premeditated affair. After Hong Kong Quan Tandongbang, and Kai Songyin were arrested one after another. Who else would want to target Gunyenji? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with one hand, and his gaze gradually became fierce and determined. Did they think they could escape their pursuit by using fake license plates? Hua Xiaoheng picked up the phone and ordered his people, go find the traffic police and have them check all the large Ford trucks that appeared in the imperial capital today. I don't think there are many of these cars, so they should be able to find them one by one. Roger, Chief. Gunyenji finished showering and came out of the bathroom humming a song. She had just changed into her home clothes when she heard her phone ring. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gunyenji quickly took the phone and swiped it open with a smile. Hua Xiao, what is it? He wasn't checking on her again, was he? Gunyenji actually felt a bit of a headache at that moment. In the past, it was she who couldn't wait to check on Hua Xiaoheng, but now it was the other way around. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Did Reinitz pick you up today? Gunyenji was speechless. As expected, Gunyenji nodded and said with a smile, Yes, he said he wanted to treat me to dinner and cook for me personally. He's in the kitchen right now. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat and said calmly, He said he wanted to treat you to dinner, so you agreed? He said some things about Hong Kongquan. I think it's better to talk to him. Gunyenji didn't beat around the bush. I have a feeling that Hong Kongquan's problem is not normal. What we know is what he's willing to say. If he doesn't want to say it, then we have no way of knowing. I will investigate Hong Kongquan's situation thoroughly. Hua Xiaoheng coughed. You can't interact with people like Reinitz in private. It will violate the rules of the Senate. How about this? I'll get Big Xiong to bring Chi-Chi to you, so she can try Reinitz's cooking. Gunyenji was speechless. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. It was Monday, so a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Moi. Chapter 1132. Hua Xiao, Brother Xiong finally has a holiday to be with Chi-Chi. Is it really okay for you to disturb their time together like this? Gunyenji smiled with her eyes crinkling. Her soft tone sounded annoyed, but she didn't reject him outright. Hua Xiaoheng realized that Gunyenji's coquettish skills had improved. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she became a little vixen, but they were a serious military family. How could they have such a disharmonious creature like a little vixen? They had to be locked up at home. Hua Xiaoheng coughed and tried to maintain his dignity. Nianji, don't change the subject. Don't worry about Big Xiong. You, on the other hand, must be careful of your image. Why didn't you tell me you got into trouble on the highway today? Even if you didn't tell me, you should have called the police. Don't you know it was very dangerous? Did he have to be so serious? Gunyenji held her phone and sat on the bay window. She opened the curtains and looked at the moonlight outside. She chuckled. Hua Xiao, are you worried about me or about work? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gunyenji waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. She didn't force him. She said slowly, Then I'm worried about work. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing? Hua Xiaoheng snorted and turned around in his chair. As if they were telepathically connected, he pressed the remote to open the blinds in the office. The moonlight outside the window was beautiful. In the dark blue sky, the moon was missing a side, but it didn't dim. Because of the flaw, it was even more stunning. Gunyenji put on her Bluetooth headset and hugged her knees. She rested her chin on her knees and said steadily, Yes. First, you're worried that my private contact with Reinitz would violate the rules of the Senate. What I want to say is that I only signed a contract today. Speaker Long hasn't signed it yet. The 30-day publicity period hasn't started yet, so technically I'm not an official employee of the Senate and not subject to the rules. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. The little girl had really grown up. She was becoming more mature and intelligent. She was slowly entering his world and was even more familiar with the rules than he was. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if he should be happy or sad. The moonlight outside the window was as beautiful as flowing light. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the sky, creating a bewitching beauty. Opening the window, Hua Xiaoheng gradually calmed down as the cool wind blew against his face. He looked out the window without batting an eyelid. He was also wearing a Bluetooth headset and had his hands in his trouser pockets. Under the moonlight, his face was handsome and elegant. His expression was incomparably tenacious, like a black panther hiding in the darkness. His strong body contained unlimited explosive power, but the military uniform that was buttoned up to his neck concealed all of his passion and intensity. In the face of the woman he loved, he chose to take it one step at a time. Is that so? What about the second? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm and steady. His thick bass voice was extremely low, and just when he thought there was no turning back, his voice rose slightly at the end, bringing with it a magnetic tremor. Gu Nianji's heart uncontrollably skipped a beat again. She shook her head and opened the window as well. Looking at the moonlight that was as white as the epiphyllum, she raised her head and closed her eyes, bathing herself in the moonlight. She chuckled and said, "Secondly, today's accident on the highway sounds very dangerous, but compared to what I've experienced, it's really nothing worth making a fuss about." What Xiaoheng said. Stubborn. It's not that I'm stubborn. Gu Nianji reached out and held a handful of moonlight outside the window. She played with the moonlight, and her mood gradually improved. Compared to the time when I was in the German Alps, where I couldn't even call for help, and compared to the few times when I barely escaped from chaos mathematics, I really didn't take it seriously this time. Also, I'm in my own country, and I'm with you, Hua Xiao. Wouldn't it be a waste of all the security measures you've arranged for me to call the police to Hua Xiao? Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, but he still wasn't fooled by Gu Nianji's sophistry. He smiled faintly. Really? Isn't it because you're with Reinitz? If I call the police, the two of you will be in the headlines? Gu Nianji? Damn it, how could she even know that? With a boyfriend like this, her IQ would have been crushed to a pulp by him. Gu Nianji retracted her hand and smiled sweetly. Her mouth was like it was smeared with honey. Hua Xiao, the most important reason is that I know you're by my side. That's why I'm so daring. It's all because you've spoiled me. So it's my fault. Hua Xiaoheng said it as if he was blaming himself, but his tone was full of pride. Of course not. You can spoil me all you want. If I complain, it's my loss. Gu Nianji giggled. A gust of cold wind blew, and she felt a bit cold. She quickly closed the window and drew the thick curtains. Hearing the sound of Gu Nianji drawing the curtains, Hua Xiaoheng paused. You just opened the window? Yes, I did. The moonlight tonight is very beautiful. Gu Nianji said casually, and suddenly blushed all the way to her neck. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled quietly. His voice was bone-chilling. Yes, the moonlight tonight is very beautiful. This sentence had a different meaning for lovers. Gu Nianji didn't know if Hua Xiaoheng understood the hidden meaning of this sentence. Her heart pounded violently, and she quickly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have to change. It's so cold." Hua Xiaoheng composed himself and grunted. "Wear more clothes. Don't catch a cold at night." With that, he hung up and called Yin Shixiang directly. At that moment, Yin Shixiang had just finished a sumptuous dinner with Ma Qiqi and came out of a five-star restaurant. They took advantage of the moonlight to take a walk on the forest path to watch a movie. They were originally walking side by side, but before long, Ma Qiqi realized that her hand was already in Yin Shixiang's wide palm. She secretly smiled and quietly opened her palm to compare the size of her hand with Yin Shixiang's. Yin Shixiang sensed it and his palm itched. This itch went deep into his heart, and he couldn't bear to let go. He wanted to hold her hand like this and let her compare the size of their hands in his palm for the rest of her life. Only him. Countless scenes flashed through Yin Shixiang's mind. He could almost imagine the two of them with white hair walking under the moonlight while holding their grandchildren's hand. Unfortunately, an annoying ringtone of the phone broke the peace between the two of them. Yin Shixiang reluctantly took the call and said, "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Hua Xiaoheng asked first. "Big Xiong, are you with Qiqi?" "Yeah." Yin Shixiang didn't understand why Hua Xiaoheng was asking about Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi looked up and looked at Yin Shixiang in confusion. Her features were bright and elegant, and her eyes were large. However, they were different from Gu Nianji's large, manga-like eyes. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes were large and full of vigor. In Shi-Xiang felt refreshed when he saw her. He held her hand with a smile and continued talking to Hua Xiaoheng. We just finished eating and are going to the movies. Hua Xiaoheng paused and braced himself to say, "Do you want to eat again?" Reinitz is making dinner at Nianji's house. I heard he prepared a lot of German cuisine. In Shi-Xiang frowned and said slowly, "Hua Xiao, but we already ate." Ma Chi-Chi looked at him excitedly and mouthed, "Is it Hua Xiao?" In Shi-Xiang nodded reluctantly. Hua Xiaoheng saw that In Shi-Xiang couldn't be persuaded, so he changed his target. Okay. He hung up on In Shi-Xiang and called Ma Chi-Chi's phone. Ma Chi-Chi was shocked to hear her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng. She quickly answered and asked, "Good evening, Hua Xiao. What can I do for you?" He was much more polite than In Shi-Xiang. Hua Xiaoheng was in a better mood and said with a smile, "Chi-Chi, I heard from Yinji that you love good food." Yes. She always says I'm a foodie." Ma Chi-Chi smiled brightly. "And I always tell her that there's nothing in this world that can't be solved by a good meal. If there is, then let's have 2 meals." "Well said." Hua Xiaoheng praised her with a smile. "I heard you're also obsessed with good looks?" "Of course. Nianji and I often exchange our thoughts on handsome men." Ma Chi-Chi obviously didn't know Hua Xiaoheng as well as In Shi-Xiang and Gun Yinji. As soon as he heard Ma Chi-Chi praising good food and handsome men to Hua Xiaoheng, In Shi-Xiang instantly felt that something was wrong. "Oh, really? There's German food and handsome men?" Ma Chi-Chi's eyes widened. "Is it that Reinitz? Oh my, I told Nianji that it would be great if I could see him with my own eyes." "Really? There's really a chance? To eat dinner cooked by a handsome man?" This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ma Chi-Chi was excited. I'll go. I heard you guys already had dinner." Hua Xiaoheng still had a troubled expression on his face, and his tone was hesitant. "It's okay, I'm not full at all." Ma Chi-Chi expressed that she had a good appetite and would have no problem eating his second dinner. "But you guys still have to go to the movies. Will it hold you up?" Hua Xiaoheng said deliberately, as if he had seen In Shi-Xiang put his ear next to Ma Chi-Chi's phone to eavesdrop. Ma Chi-Chi glanced at In Shi-Xiang and gestured for him to calm down. She then laughed even louder. "It won't hold me up. It won't. That movie is fake. I can watch the real one now, so why would I watch a fake one?" Hua Xiaoheng's smile froze. In Shi-Xiang was happy now. He took the phone from Ma Chi-Chi and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, Chi-Chi is straightforward and doesn't mean any harm. Don't be angry. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and calmly got back to business. "Don't talk nonsense. I asked you to keep an eye on Reinitz. This is a mission. Tonight, his and Yinji's car was attacked on the highway. Go take a look at the cracks on his car, then take a photo and send it back to your colleagues to analyze the trajectory. From the trajectory, they could analyze the model of the gun the assailant used. This would greatly reduce the scope of the investigation." This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. P.S. The review has started again recently, so everyone knows. The second watch at 1 p.m. and the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 1133. Since Hua Xiaoheng mentioned the mission, In Shi-Xiang didn't continue to joke around. He replied in a low voice, "Roger, Chief." After he hung up, he saw Ma Chi-Chi looking at him with shining eyes. He was confused. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It seemed like there was something inappropriate about him. Ma Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, her big eyes almost sparkling. "Big Xiong, you were so manly and handsome just now." In Shi-Xiang was originally very upset that his girlfriend was obsessed with looks, but when he was the one she was obsessed with, it was a wonderful feeling. In Shi-Xiang's brain heated up, and he pulled Ma Chi-Chi over and lowered his head to kiss her. The gentle moonlight cast the silhouette of a couple hugging and kissing in the shade of the trees. It was as beautiful as a still painting. Gun Yinji hung up and found a juicy couture sapphire hoodie to wear to keep warm. Coming out of the bedroom, Gun Yinji smelled the aroma of food. Gun Yinji, who had been starving all day, followed the aroma to the kitchen. Reinitz stood in front of the induction cooker and was frying a steak with butter. The butter melted, and the sizzling sound of the steak mixed with the aroma was mouth-watering. Gun Yinji quietly gulped. Reinitz's ears were so sharp that he could hear such a small sound. He turned to look at her. Seeing Gun Yinji's everyday attire, he couldn't help but feel a tug at his heartstrings. At that moment, he thought of how he would come home from work every day to see Gun Yinji bouncing into his arms. They would kiss and cook together. After dinner, they would go for a walk on the path in the Alps. The roadside was full of flowers, and he would pick a handful to put in a vase. Reinitz, your steak is almost burnt, right? Gun Yinji walked to Reinitz's side and sniffled. Reinitz composed himself and smiled gently at her. It's fine. I'll eat it if it's burnt. I'll cook yours perfectly. No, actually this isn't burnt. Gun Yinji looked over. It's medium rare. How do you usually eat your steak? I used to eat medium rare, then medium rare. Reinitz smiled as he placed the Kobe steak on a plate. But this Kobe steak can be eaten raw. Gun Yinji shook her head. I don't eat it raw. Make me a well-done one. Actually, when it came to cooking, the Chinese were still the most authentic. Foreigners wanted tender meat, but they would only think of raw meat. The more raw it was, the more tender it would be, because according to their method, it wouldn't be tender anymore once it was cooked. However, in Chinese cuisine, there were countless ways to cook the meat well and tender it to the point of juiciness. Of course, Gun Yinji wouldn't dampen Reinitz's enthusiasm. Plus, Reinitz's cooking skills were pretty good. At least among Germans, he was considered a 5-star chef. There are Bavarian white sausages and German smoked pork trotters in the steamer over there. You can eat them after steaming and slicing them. Since you don't like sashimi, we'll leave the salmon for now. We'll use the beef gravy to make the bamboo shoots. Reinitz pointed at the large steamer next to him that hadn't heated up yet. Gun Yinji finally gave Reinitz a thumbs up. Reinitz, you're amazing. Do you German soldiers need to learn how to cook? Reinitz pursed his lips and hid his smile. He turned around and looked at the electric frying pan in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, when I was young, I didn't know how to cook, so I had to starve. So I learned how to cook. Gun Yinji was speechless. Did she accidentally touch on someone else's sore spot? But she still didn't completely believe Reinitz. She looked at him suspiciously. Really? Weren't you raised by Mother Hannah? I wasn't the only one Mother Hannah raised. Reinitz still didn't turn around. His voice was very calm. Didn't you say it before? Don't you know where I grew up? Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. So Reinitz was really as she guessed. The Germans had adopted a few talented orphans and taught them various skills. In the end, they played a role for the country. That night, Reinitz didn't directly respond to her conjecture. Now was the first time she confirmed that her conjecture was correct. A man from the Hohenzollern royal family of Germany actually had such an experience growing up. It seemed like boys really had to be raised with hardship. Not rich or poor, but raised with hardship. Only those who suffered the most hardship could become the best. Look, aren't you doing very well now? Gun Yinji patted Reinitz's shoulder and steered the topic of conversation to the direction she was interested in. You are the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, but you seem to know a lot about the American and Japanese intelligence. Are you guys working together? Reinitz snapped back to reality and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Meeting her watery eyes, Reinitz actually couldn't deny it. He looked away and pursed his lips. His handsome face was very serious. Usually, when he put on such a face, the people around him, from his superiors to his subordinates, would stay away from him and not dare to provoke him. But Gun Yinji clearly wasn't afraid of him at all. She turned around and looked at him stubbornly. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I get it right again? Reinitz was speechless. After a moment of silence, he finally said, before Hong Kong contacted the Japanese, he was sure he contacted the Americans first. I don't need to tell you which organization, right? Gun Yinji nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. Everyone on Blue Planet knows. Although Reinitz tried his best to look indifferent and angry, it was very difficult to maintain an unchanging poker face in front of Gun Yinji. The corners of his lips curved almost imperceptibly as he continued to say, Our agency has a cooperative relationship with the United States. He finished speaking with a sneer on his face. Actually, I shouldn't say it like that. We don't have a cooperative relationship with the United States. It should be said that they are a sovereign country, and we are a dependent country. A country that has to hand over its national defense power doesn't deserve to have a sovereign relationship. Gu Nianji didn't know how to continue. Germany was defeated and disarmed. All of Europe was under the protection of the NATO military alliance led by the United States. Of course, Germany didn't need to keep too many troops. Also, the current military forces were all infiltrated by the United States. Gu Nianji just didn't expect that even the German Federal Intelligence Service was considered a branch of the CIA. So, the United States shared information with you? Gu Nianji thought about it deeply. Why would they share it with you? Logically speaking, couldn't they just directly contact Japan? Japan also has U.S. troops stationed there, and under the U.S. nuclear umbrella, it's about the same status as Germany, right? Japan and Germany were both defeated countries, but Germany had deeply reflected on their war crimes. Japan had never reflected, and their textbooks had always avoided the heinous crimes they committed against the people of Asia. Reinitz was speechless by Gu Nianji's question. He should have known long ago that Gu Nianji was extremely intelligent and perceptive. She had a frighteningly sharp intuition when it came to danger and good or bad things. Reinitz had only vaguely mentioned that Hong Kong had contacts with the United States and Japan, and they knew about these contacts. She immediately questioned the German Federal Intelligence Service's position in this matter. This in itself was a loophole. Reinitz was a bit regretful. He decided not to speak to Gu Nianji for the time being until he thought it through. This girl's ability to talk to herself was also amazing. Fortunately, her voice was still very pleasant to listen to. Otherwise, it would just be noise next to them. However, Gu Nianji had agreed to cook at her house because she wanted to get information about Hong Kong. How could she let Reinitz fool her so easily? She crossed her arms and leaned against the stainless steel double-door refrigerator. Smiling, she continued to ask, "Your role in this matter isn't to act as an agent for the United States, is it? Because it was not appropriate for CIA agents to act openly in the Huaxia Empire. Reinitz and the others who visited the Huaxia Empire had a legitimate excuse to intervene. Is it like this? Hong Kong first contacted the Americans and wanted to use the things he had to surrender to them and get them to take him out. However, the Americans weren't interested in what he had. He wasn't as valuable as Bai Yuxing, so they didn't want to take such a big risk. However, the Americans also didn't want to let go of this opportunity to disgust our country, so they decided to fish in troubled waters. They asked you to help them contact the Japanese spies in the Huaxia Empire and give them the clues to see if they were interested. In the end, not only did the Japanese personally come to find Hong Kong, but they also sent all the elite frogmen of the Japanese Marine Corps to receive him. Because the Japanese were very interested in the things that Hong Kong had, right? Reinitz turned around abruptly and looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. With just a few words, she had pretty much deduced the whole thing. It was the second watch. It was the third watch. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1134. Oh, you look so surprised. Did I hit the nail on the head again? Gu Nianji nodded slightly and smiled like a little fox. Thank you for the compliment. Reinitz snapped back to reality and shook his head with a smile. I didn't say anything. It was all just your guess. You don't have to say anything. Your eyes can speak for themselves. Gu Nianji smiled at Reinitz's uncomfortable gaze and continued frying his steak. But what you did in our country was immoral and illegal. You even caused casualties. Tell me, how are we going to settle this? Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back and walked behind Reinitz. Looking at his tall figure, she gestured with her hands and regretfully realized that she probably couldn't beat him. Reinitz didn't turn around. Then what are you going to do? Arrest me and hand me over to the police or your Major General Hua? I want to, but I can't. Gu Nianji shook her head. You're very certain that I don't have any evidence. Reasoning alone isn't enough to convict you. Furthermore, Reinitz was the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service on a state visit to the Huaxia Empire. He had a certain level of immunity. Of course, more importantly, the Huaxia Empire's biggest enemy was Japan. Germany and the United States had no intention of fighting to the death with the Huaxia Empire. But Japan was a different story. Therefore, Gunyinji decided to give Reinitz a chance based on the principle of focusing on the main issue and giving up on the secondary issues. She walked to the other side of Reinitz and smiled. However, I'm not so old-fashioned, nor do I know what's good for me. Although you made up such a big plan to deceive me in Germany. Gunyinji made a big circle with her hand. Reinitz couldn't help but glance at her and almost burst out laughing. However, he forced himself to hold it in and look back expressionlessly at the sizzling steak in front of him. But I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't argue with you. Honestly speaking, you've helped me quite a bit. Your contributions offset your mistakes, so let's call it a draw. Gunyinji tilted her head to look at Reinitz and reached out her soft white hand. Okay. Although Reinitz knew that Gunyinji was just coaxing him because she didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that she had anything to do with Han Kangchuan's case, he couldn't help but feel elated. Reinitz had done what Gunyinji was doing countless times. Even though he knew that these words came out of her mouth without any hint of truth, he could not help but feel happy for her lies. Reinitz was horrified. Could it be that he had unknowingly fallen so deep? Hello, Reinitz? Are you willing? Or are you planning something else? Gunyinji tilted her head to look at Reinitz and saw that his thin lips were trembling slightly. It was a very small movement, but it was still too obvious to her, who was used to analyzing Hua Xiaoheng's facial expressions. What's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. Reinitz wouldn't cry, right? Then what should she do? Feeling anxious, he staggered backwards. Seeing her leave, Reinitz instinctively reached out to grab her arm, then quickly let go as if he'd been scalded by fire. Gunyinji looked at Reinitz carefully and saw that he wasn't about to cry. She breathed a sigh of relief and giggled. Thank you, I almost fell just now. Reinitz snorted and said expressionlessly, You're really good at talking to yourself. I didn't even say a word, and you helped me make a lot of decisions. I was asking for your opinion. Gunyinji spread her hands. Also, what exactly did Han Kangchuan bring to the United States and Japan to sell? Do you know? You don't know. Reinitz turned to look at her in surprise. So you're not a core member of their staff? His words were a bit hurtful, even though it was the truth. However, Gunyinji was still unhappy. What do you mean by core member? How am I not a core member? You're looking down on me. If she could say that, then she definitely wasn't. Reinitz heaved a huge sigh of relief and felt his entire being lightened up. He no longer had a poker face and smiled at Gunyinji as he winked. How would I dare to look down on you? My girl, you turned my house upside down, and I didn't even say a word. He was implying that Gunyinji's pink piggy had destroyed the German Federal Intelligence Service's central control system and all the documents. Gunyinji shook her head slyly. I'm not a naughty child. What does it have to do with me that your house was turned upside down? Both of them refused to admit to the other's accusations, so they were evenly matched. Actually, Han Kangchuan isn't much. Their target changed a long time ago. Reinitz smiled faintly as he placed the fried steak on a plate. He drizzled a bit of flavorful sauce on it and placed a green broccoli on the side as a decoration. Gunyinji furrowed her brows and thought about it. Yeah. They didn't care about Han Kangchuan's life at all. They wanted to trap Hua Xiaoheng and the others at the bottom of the sea. They even used such a powerful magnetic field. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. Why did these people want Hua Xiaoheng's life? They were willing to give up Han Kangchuan, who was so close to being theirs, to kill Hua Xiaoheng, just because he was the commander of the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces? Was he someone like Reinitz? But there were people like that in every country. Even if Hua Xiaoheng died for his country, they would still appoint a new commander. This department wouldn't be disbanded just because of one person's death. Therefore, the Japanese and Americans were risking their lives to kill Hua Xiaoheng, so they must have some other value that they couldn't tolerate. Gunyinji couldn't figure out what special value Huashaoheng had that would make the Japanese and Americans hate their guts. So she stopped thinking about it for now and changed the topic to the magnetic field used by the Japanese. Reinitz, did you see the uncanny workmanship of nature on the Sea of Japan? Gunyinji helped Reinitz bring the cooked dishes to the dining room outside. Do you know how it was formed? Reinitz had been paying attention to this matter, so of course he knew about the blue-violet electric arc that suddenly appeared on the Sea of Japan, like a blue hole. He said in confusion, I know that the Americans have very powerful magnetic field technology, but I never knew that they could also create such a powerful electric field. Is it really American technology? Gunyinji heard some clues from Reinitz's words. But what is the source of the energy? As far as I know, there isn't any device in the world that can produce such a powerful electromagnetic field, right? Don't be so full of yourself. Reinitz didn't agree. Every country has their own dark technology, especially the United States. Their technology is indeed very powerful. You haven't even heard of many things, let alone seen them. But I still think that if they had such powerful energy, the United States wouldn't be what it is now. Gunyinji was very insistent. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it at all. Reinitz glanced at her and thought, no matter how powerful that energy was, how could it compare to her standing in front of him? She was what they wanted the most. Her father was really a genius. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1135. Reinitz looked at Gunyinji with an infatuated gaze. Gunyinji glanced at him and turned to leave. Are you hungry? Go eat if you're hungry. Reinitz was speechless. Do I look hungry? Yes, you look like someone who has been starving for a long time, seeing delicious food. It's a bit scary. Gunyinji giggled as she sat down in the dining room. Reinitz rubbed his nose and brought out the last plate of fried steak to place on the dining table in front of him. Gunyinji took out the red wine Reinitz brought and filled his glass. She poured a glass of grape juice for herself. She would never drink in front of Reinitz. Reinitz seemed to know her habits and didn't force her. He smiled and raised his glass. Cheers! Cheers! Gunyinji raised her glass of grape wine. She had just taken a sip when her phone rang. Gunyinji picked it up to see it was Ma Chi-Chi. She hadn't contacted Ma Chi-Chi in a long time. Gunyinji swiped open the phone without hesitation and smiled. Chi-Chi? Nyinji, are you home? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Tell the property management to let me in. Ma Chi-Chi's cheerful voice came from a phone. Gunyinji quickly said, Okay, I'll call the property management. She called the security guard at the entrance and said, Chi-Chi is my good friend. Please let her in. The security guard's phone showed her address. Seeing that she was a resident in the neighborhood and had permission, he let Ma Chi-Chi and In Shixiang in. In Shixiang drove to the underground parking lot of Gunyinji's apartment building and said to Ma Chi-Chi, Go up first. I'll take a few photos. Ma Chi-Chi nodded. Then hurry up. I'll go now. After Ma Chi-Chi left, In Shixiang found Reinitz's car and walked over to take a closer look at the car window. It was actually bulletproof glass. The texture of the car was also extraordinary. It was obviously bulletproof. Thinking about it, the car of the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service had to be bulletproof. In Shixiang didn't find it strange anymore. He took out a high-resolution professional camera and took hundreds of photos of the ballistic crack on the car window to take back with him. Ma Chi-Chi went to Gunyinji's door and rang the doorbell. Gunyinji opened the door and flashed her a big smile. Chi-Chi, I finally get to meet you. The two of them happily embraced each other. Reinitz put his hands in his trouser pockets and followed behind Gunyinji. He smiled and said, Who is this? He spoke English with a British accent. Ma Chi-Chi was stunned. She looked up and saw a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His facial features were as exquisite as an ancient Greek sculpture. Although he was smiling, the faint aloofness made him seem unapproachable, as if he was 1,000 miles away. But a Prince Charming was supposed to be high and mighty and be worshipped by others. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes instantly lit up. She pulled Gunyinji's hand and spun her around. She asked Reinitz, Nyinji, you're amazing. You hid a handsome man in your house and didn't even inform me. Gunyinji felt speechless. She smiled awkwardly and introduced her to the two of them. This is Ma Chi-Chi, my roommate in grad school. This is Major General Reinitz. You've seen him on TV before. Ma Chi-Chi enthusiastically extended her hand. Major General Reinitz? Nice to meet you. Reinitz pursed his lips into a smile and bowed slightly. Hello. He didn't shake her hand. It seemed like he was a bit of a neat freak. Ma Chi-Chi only felt that he was even more mysterious and alluring. Reinitz turned to go in first. Ma Chi-Chi excitedly whispered to Gunyinji, Oh, Nyinji, this person is so handsome. Where did you find such a handsome man? Gunyinji pouted and pinched Ma Chi-Chi. She whispered, It's okay. I've seen more handsome people. Be careful. If Brother Xiong finds out, he'll definitely teach you a lesson. Ma Chi-Chi quickly said, Big Xiong is here too. He'll come up later. Let me be infatuated with him before he comes up. When he comes up, I promise I won't even look at him out of the corner of my eye. Okay. You go be infatuated. Gunyinji was amused. What do you want to eat? Today we have Bavarian white sausages, German smoked pork trotters, pan-fried beef, and sauce bamboo shoots. They're all made by the handsome man in your eyes. They're all delicious. The handsome man makes them even better. Ma Chi-Chi was almost drooling. I have to try the Bavarian white sausages. I've heard you say so many times. Gunyinji smiled as she led her into the dining room. She went to the kitchen to bake a few pieces of noodles. In the dining room, Ma Chi-Chi looked at Reinitz with sparkling eyes. She was curiously asking all kinds of questions. For example, Mr. Reinitz, when did you meet Nyinji? Mr. Reinitz, did you make all these dishes yourself? Why did you think of coming to Nyinji's house to cook for her? Why didn't you ask her out for dinner? Reinitz sat in his chair with his back ramrod straight. There was a slight smile on his face, but it wasn't obvious. He maintained his politeness and didn't answer. He sipped his red wine. Gunyinji had never seen Reinitz so polite and distant. She furrowed her brows when she saw him being so distant and unapproachable. From the first time she met Reinitz, he had been warm, gentle, and special to her. She had thought that was just his nature. Now it seemed that it was because she was his mission and target. Therefore, his attitude toward Ma Chi-Chi was the norm for someone like him. Without value, he didn't even deserve a smile. Ma Chi-Chi asked a bunch of questions, but Reinitz didn't answer. She got bored. Although the handsome man was handsome, a bad attitude would reduce his attractiveness. Ma Chi-Chi wasn't a masochist, so her enthusiasm quickly faded. Gunyinji walked over with a plate of freshly baked bread. She placed it on the table in front of Ma Chi-Chi and said with a smile, Use this with the Bavarian white sausages. It's very flavorful. Ma Chi-Chi took a piece of freshly baked bread and picked up a piece of white sausage to eat. It's really delicious. This bread has a special fragrance. It goes very well with the white sausage. Oh no, my weight loss plan is ruined. Nyinji, I'm telling you, my weight loss plan this month is ruined. You have to take responsibility. However, despite complaining, Ma Chi-Chi didn't stop eating. She ate several slices of bread and 7 or 8 pieces of white sausage. Reinitz looked at Ma Chi-Chi eating so happily and looked down indifferently to take another sip of red wine. He got up and said to Gunyinji, It's getting late. I have to go back. Thank you for your hospitality. You have to let me know if you have the chance to come to Germany in the future. They had been in the Huaxia Empire for a few days, so it was time to go back. Gunyinji didn't keep him. She stood up with a smile. You prepared all this. I didn't treat you. I'll take you out for roast duck next time you come here. Okay, it's a deal, Reinitz said politely as he reached out to shake Gunyinji's hand. Gunyinji shook his hand and noticed that he had secretly stuffed a ball of paper into her palm. Gunyinji quietly shook his hand. I'll walk you out. Gunyinji put on her coat and said to Ma Chi-Chi, Make yourself at home, Chi-Chi. I'll be right back. It's fine. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Ma Chi-Chi smiled. She was already planning to take credit from Hua Xiaoheng. As soon as Gunyinji and Reinitz left the house, Ma Chi-Chi called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng immediately picked up. Chi-Chi? Hua Xiao, you have to thank Big Xiong and me. We just got here, and Reinitz left. Ma Chi-Chi giggled and even opened the video on her phone for Hua Xiaoheng to see. Look, this is Reinitz's cooking. He only ate a little before leaving. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the dinner on the phone and memorized the dishes. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Where's Big Xiong? He didn't see Yin Shi Xiang in the camera. Big Xiong is still in the parking lot. Ma Chi-Chi turned off the video. Okay, I have to wait for Nianji and Big Xiong to come back. Gu Nianji and Reinitz walked into the apartment elevator together. Gu Nianji looked at the numbers on the elevator and asked dryly, "What did you give me? I think it's what you need the most." Reinitz put his hands in his coat pockets. He was very tall, so when he stood next to Gu Nianji and looked at her at eye level, he could see the hair curls on top of Gu Nianji's head. Her hair was extremely black, and it made her scalp look even whiter under the curls. Gu Nianji smiled. I need a lot of things. How do you know what I need the most? Really? If you don't need it, you can throw it away. Reinitz didn't seem to be in the mood to talk anymore. His face was a bit listless. Gu Nianji was secretly amazed and didn't say anything else. She walked Reinitz all the way to the underground parking lot, and as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Yin Shi Xiang face to face. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. Brother Xiong, what took you so long? Chi-Chi was waiting for you. Yin Shi Xiang immediately said, Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. He took Gu Nianji's hand and waved at Reinitz with his other hand. Major General Reinitz, it's a pleasure to meet you. But don't sneak around to see Nianji like this in the future. You'll make her make mistakes. Really? I'm that charming? I can make her make mistakes? Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji with a half smile. I thought Sirius didn't think I was charming enough. Gu Nianji was speechless. Did he hear her whispering to Ma Chi-Chi? It was no wonder that his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. He was so aloof and distant that he could fly to the heavens. But would he be that petty? As the head of Germany's intelligence agency, are you sure you're not pretending? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes in her mind, but she still smiled and said, No way. Major General Reinitz is shockingly charming, just like Apollo. Women want to worship you when they see you. Really? Reinitz smiled. You can do it too? I can do it too. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. I'll burn 3 sticks of incense every day and worship you with fresh flowers, water, and fruits. Yin Shi Xiang couldn't take it anymore and dove into the elevator. He was shaking from holding back his laughter. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 in the afternoon and the third watch at 7 in the evening. Wax. Chapter 11:36. Reinitz had only recently learned Mandarin, so he didn't understand what Gu Nianji was saying at all. However, when he saw Gu Nianji's sly smile, he knew that she was probably trying to trick him again. It probably wasn't anything good. However, even though he knew she was tricking him, he still listened happily. He couldn't be any better. Reinitz nodded. You like flowers and fruits? I'll bring them to you every day when you come to Germany. Gu Nianji was speechless. Yin Shi Xiang helped her out in the elevator. Nianji, are you coming in? Gu Nianji quickly waved at Reinitz. Goodbye, Major General Reinitz. I won't be seeing you off, but I wish you a safe journey. She wanted to say goodbye, but the smile on her face was so sweet and cheerful that Reinitz felt his heart ache. He sat in the car and watched the elevator doors slowly close. The lights in the parking lot gradually dimmed, but Reinitz didn't immediately start the car. He just sat in the car and quietly looked ahead. The empty parking lot grew darker and darker. Only a light in the corner was still on. The only light in the darkness was very attractive to the creatures that lived in the shadows. Only they themselves knew. Even though they knew there was a lampshade between them and that they were 2 completely different types of people, they still desperately attracted his gaze like moths. The moths would be burned to death if they pounced over the lampshade. Without the lampshade, the moths would be burned to death. So no matter what, only death awaited him. Reinitz narrowed his azure blue eyes and silently looked down. His desire and hope for her were actually like the moth pouncing on the lampshade. Reinitz sat in the parking lot for a long time until his phone rang. He finally snapped out of it and lazily started the car while putting on his Bluetooth headset to answer the call. Reinitz? Where are you? It's already very late. I went to your room, but didn't see you. It was the third daughter of the Romeo family, Maddie. Reinitz replied coldly. You're in my room? Who gave you my room card? Maddie felt a bit guilty from the questioning, but she still straightened her swan-like neck and braced herself to say, I was worried about you, so I asked someone to open your room. What? Can't I? No. Reinitz smiled cruelly. Miss Romeo, you violated the rules of our agency. You're suspected of leaking confidential information, trespassing, and stalking intelligence personnel. Each of these are major crimes. Maddie was shocked. Reinitz, don't scare me. All I did was let someone open the door to your room and come in to sit for a while. I didn't touch anything, I swear. Reinitz abruptly hung up the phone and immediately dialed another person's number. In an icy tone, he said, Take someone to my room and arrest Maddie Paolmio. When we get back to Germany, sue her immediately and ask her family to pay the ransom. The Romeo family would have to pay for this year's office expenses to get rid of their third daughter. Yes, Major General Reinitz. Reinitz hadn't even arrived at their five-star hotel when the news of Miss Matthew Borromeo's arrest was already trending on social media in Germany. In Shixiang followed Gunyinji upstairs and arrived at her home. Seeing the delicacies on the dining table, he could not help but smile. We've come all the way here. These things look delicious. Did Reinitz make them? Gunyinji nodded. From the ingredients to the finished product, he took care of everything. The taste isn't bad, but of course, it can't compare to our five-star chefs from the Huaxiao Empire. In Shixiang cut a small piece of steak and tasted it. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. Delicious. It's so delicious. He kept praising it and suddenly had a lot in common with Ma Chi-Chi. The two of them took their spoons and chopsticks and quickly cleaned up the table full of delicacies. Gunyinji only ate half of the steak and divided the rest between Ma Chi-Chi and In Shixiang. After eating, In Shixiang patted his stomach in satisfaction. Authentic Wagyu. It's really delicious. Ma Chi-Chi also drank some red wine and was a bit tipsy. She giggled. Of course it's delicious. The Wagyu that Reinitz got is definitely authentic. You know, the Wagyu in restaurants are usually fake Wagyu. I went to Japan to eat real Wagyu once, but it wasn't as good as this. The quality of this Wagyu is top-notch, even in Japan. In Shixiang also nodded. I also had Wagyu once in Japan. It was very delicious, but it still can't compare to this fried steak. Gunyinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she made tea for them to wash off the grease. In Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi finished their second dinner and sat for a while before saying goodbye to Gunyinji. We have to go catch a movie tonight. Ninji, we won't keep you company. Ma Chi-Chi put her hands on Gunyinji's shoulders and winked at her. Gunyinji pretended to be angry and pushed her away. Go. Hurry up if you want to go. Don't be an eyesore here. The two of them laughed and joked around for a while before Gunyinji finally saw Ma Chi-Chi and In Shixiang out. Ma Chi-Chi drank wine, but In Shixiang didn't. He had to drive. Before leaving, he whispered to Gunyinji, stay in the house and don't go out before dawn. Why should I go out? It's not like you guys are going on a date. You guys go. Stop showing off here. Gunyinji giggled as she pushed the two of them out. After sending the happy couple out, Gunyinji finally stopped smiling and closed the door. Leaning against it, she let out a long sigh. Tonight had been a thrilling night. Perhaps in other people's eyes, she had only had a sumptuous dinner, but in reality, the fight between her and Reinitz was no less intense than the chase in Germany. She was on high alert. She had to get information from Reinitz, but she also had to prevent herself from saying the wrong thing. Only those who had experienced it would understand what it felt like. Gunyinji thought about Huaxiaoan. This kind of experience was probably a daily occurrence for them, right? Taking 2 deep breaths, Gunyinji finally took out the thing Reinitz had given her. A small ball of paper lay in her delicate palm. Gunyinji stared at the small ball of paper for a while before flattening it. 2 poems were written in bold blue ink on the small ball of paper. It had a nostalgic feel to it. Gunyinji's eyes flashed. The first poem, a little girl needs daddy for many things. Like giving her fellow fatisher seender sediving deeper soaring high ways findim fear. Because he can do many things. Because he could do many things. For example, give her love. For example, give her love. That's her ocean and air. So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she'll find him there. The second poem only had one sentence. Only let this one tear drop glisten pure upon the cheek of time. Translation: at the curtain call of love, tears shine on the cheeks of eternity. The first poem was a poem praising fatherly love that was familiar to the West. It was written by Nicholas Gordon. The second poem looked very familiar, but Gunyinji couldn't remember whose poem it was at the moment. She frowned and quickly walked to her computer. Turning it on, she typed the sentence into the Google search bar. As soon as she pressed enter, the search results immediately came out. It turned out that the second poem was the last line of a famous poem written by the Indian poet Tagore about the Taj Mahal. Why would Reinitz give her such a thing? Gunyinji raised her beautiful long eyebrows. She wasn't a literary girl. She was much more interested in computers and law than poetry. Was Reinitz mistaken? Gunyinji couldn't help picking up her phone and calling Reinitz. Reinitz had just stepped into the lobby of the five-star hotel he was staying at. Seeing that it was Gunyinji calling, he thought about it and picked it up. Serious. I just left and you're already missing me? Reinitz teased with a smile. Gunyinji said, speak properly. I'm scared when you're suddenly so artistic. Reinitz. Gunyinji waited for a while before saying, what do you mean? You know I don't like poetry. Really? Reinitz's voice faded. That's a pity. I like it very much. Okay, it's late. I'm hanging up. Good night, baby. He hung up without hesitation, his expression firm and stubborn. Gunyinji snorted and cleared the dining table. She then took a shower and tidied herself up before lying on the bed and continuing to read the note. She quietly read the first poem again, but still didn't get the gist. If this was a message about her father, then it was too childish. Gunyinji pursed her lips and picked up her phone to scan the note. She then sent it to Hua Xiaoheng with a message. Reinitz gave it to me. I don't know what it means. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. P.S. English poems don't count. Moi. Chapter 1137. Hua Xiaoheng happened to be doing the final checks in the central control room. Ever since he discovered the 4 lines of AI programming language, Hua Xiaoheng was wary of the entire central control system. He was determined to check the entire system. It took him almost a month to check the main program and ensure it wasn't disturbed or invaded by the AI programming language. He heard his phone ring and took it to see that it was a text from Gunyinji. He then received a scanned document from Gunyinji. With just one glance, Hua Xiaoheng could immediately tell that these 2 poems contained information about Gu Xiangwen. He worked in intelligence and had received training in this area. He could tell the difference between the 2 poems at a glance. Moreover, the Special Operations Forces had experts in this field who could decipher words. They could even decipher an incomplete word. Hua Xiaoheng immediately called Gunyinji. Nyinji, Hua Xiao, did you get my text? Gunyinji was lying on the bed with her phone. She had just been scrolling through Weibo. Yeah, I'll get someone to check. Don't worry. Hua Xiaoheng paused. Reinitz didn't scare you, right? Scare me? He did. Gunyinji chuckled. He suddenly became artsy. It scared me. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Remember not to interact with him alone in the future. Whenever you see him, someone must be present. Hua Xiaoheng told Gunyinji about the Senate's rules. When you become an official employee of the Senate, you can't make these mistakes even once. I understand. Gunyinji nodded obediently. Reinitz is going back to Germany. I don't think we'll have a chance to see each other again. Okay, good girl. It was rare that Gunyinji didn't talk back this time. Hua Xiaoheng actually felt relieved. This girl was becoming bolder and bolder in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng actually really wanted to set the rules for Gunyinji. In the past, he would have scolded her without hesitation. But now he actually couldn't bear to. Naughty children were never born. There must be a nest of doting parents behind the scenes. Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone with a bitter smile. He began to look for the deciphering experts in the agency to prepare for the meeting tomorrow. Gun Yinji was originally sleepy, but after talking to Hua Xiaoheng, she was energized. She sat up on the bed and read the note again. She picked up her phone and called He Jichu. He Jichu wasn't sleeping either. He was working on the South American affairs in front of his computer. It was such a big business. Although not every transaction had to be handled by him, there were still many that needed him to handle. His concentrated work was interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. He Jichu heard Gun Yinji's special ringtone and quickly swiped it to answer. Yinji, you're still up so late? Aren't you awake too, Professor He? Gun Yinji smiled as she leaned back against the large pillow. I'll show you something. Is it convenient for you to receive it? Sure, send it over. He Jichu had just finished speaking when he saw a text message on his phone. Opening the attachment, it was a scan note. The paper was slightly wrinkled, as if it had been crumpled into a ball and then unfolded. On the note, there were cursive English words written in blue ink. The paper seemed to be quite old, or perhaps it was deliberately made old. It had a nostalgic air of vicissitudes. Looking at the cursive English words again, He Jichu could see that it was two familiar English poems. The first one was A Little Girl Needs Daddy. He Jichu was speechless. Frowning, he asked Gun Yinji, what's wrong? Isn't this poem very normal? Do you miss your father? Every year on Father's Day, little girls in the West would write this poem on a card and give it to their fathers. Gun Yinji nodded furiously. I think it's very normal too. How can something like this have anything to do with my father? Then everyone in the world is my father. He Jichu couldn't help but snicker. You're quite optimistic. I have no choice but to think about it. Gun Yinji tilted her head and smiled. I've been looking for so many years. Hua Xiao and Professor He are so amazing, but they still have no clues. I've long since given up hope. If there was no hope, then there would be no disappointment. He Jichu rubbed his forehead and wanted to say something, but stopped. Wasn't your father on MH210? That plane had crashed. Gun Yinji heard this and immediately said, Gu Yanran said the plane crashed on a small island, and then she threw my father's ashes into the sea. Do you think I can believe her? How would I know? I don't even know her that well. He Jichu said it lightly, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Where did you get this note from? Fortunately, Gun Yinji wasn't by his side, so she didn't see his expression. Of course someone gave it to me and said it was what I needed the most. Actually, I don't know what I need the most. Gun Yinji was very confused. In the past, I really wanted to find my father, but now, I will continue to search, but I won't think that he is all my support. My support is myself. Finding my father is just the icing on the cake. He Jichu pursed his lips tightly. His heart ached and felt terrible. It was like a ball of fire that would explode at any moment, but he could only persuade her. I'm also your support, and so is Hua Xiao. Yinji, don't push yourself so hard. You've already done enough. Still not good enough. Gun Yinji mumbled and finally felt a bit sleepy. She yawned. Professor He, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed early too. He Jichu responded and hung up the phone reluctantly. After the call, he sat alone in the study for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh and continue his work. Gun Yinji handed the task of deciphering the two poems to Hua Xiaoheng and devoted herself to work. They were preparing for Speaker Long's state visit to India. They only had 10 days to prepare, so it was very rushed. It was Gun Yinji's first time participating in the preparations for the Senate's foreign visit, so she was very busy. She used to think that foreign visits meant waving to the welcoming people on the plane stairs, then eating, having meetings, and saying nice things. But when she actually participated in the preparations, she realized how trivial it was. The image of the leader appearing glamorously on the plane on TV was already the result of countless staff working through the night. What were the tasks? Let's talk about it briefly. For example, confirming the itinerary with the other party, including flights, air routes, car routes, hotel security, hygiene, and staff grooming, as well as food and drink, etiquette, gifts, meeting points, and so on. Even the leader's personal excrement had to be collected and taken away. Nothing could be left in the country being visited. It was not easy at all to coordinate and communicate these things with India in a short period of 10 days. In particular, the Indians' work efficiency was sometimes high and sometimes low. Just like how they liked to do Brownian motion missiles, they were all the same when it came to wrangling. Gunyinji worked in the Senate building for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as she returned, she fell asleep on the bed. When she woke up, the delicious aroma of food from the kitchen wafted in through the half-open bedroom door. Gunyinji was actually woken up by the aroma. She lifted the blankets and got up. She quietly walked to the side of the kitchen to take a look. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a handsome early summer outfit and was frying a steak in front of the induction cooker. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1138. The corners of Gunyinji's eyes couldn't help twitching. Frying a steak so early in the morning? But it smelled really good. She hadn't had a good meal for a few days, and now she wanted to overeat. Hua Xiao, when did you get here? Gunyinji called out in surprise and walked towards Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around and replied dryly, "You're awake? Go wash your face and brush your teeth." Gunyinji immediately covered her mouth and quickly turned to run back to the bedroom to wash up in the bathroom. After cleaning herself up, she went to the kitchen and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side with a smile. She tilted her head to look at him. "Hua Xiao, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've realized that you've become even more handsome." Hua Xiaoheng acted like he didn't hear her. His hands were steady as he flipped the steak in the frying pan. Gunyinji nodded vigorously. "Thank you so much. I'm about to faint from hunger." Hua Xiaoheng still ignored her. Gunyinji walked around Hua Xiaoheng to the other side and tilted her head to look at him. "Hua Xiao, I'm really speaking to you sincerely. Why are you ignoring me?" Hua Xiaoheng finally turned around and looked at her coolly. He didn't say anything and just looked at her. Gradually, his gaze slowly moved down from her eyes and stopped at her pretty lips, pausing for a moment. He looked up at her again. His eyes were filled with strong emotions and passion. He raised his eyebrows slightly as if to say, "Is this your sincerity?" Then he lowered his thick, black eyelashes and looked over her lips inch by inch. His gaze circled around her well-defined lips and landed on her full lower lip. His gaze was like a lover's hand caressing her lips. The corners of her lips curled up like plump water chestnuts. He didn't move, but his gaze was hooked and like a magnet, attracting her step by step and taking the initiative to approach him. He only used his gaze to linger on her lips. His body didn't move at all, but her lips were already burning. It was as if someone had kissed them until the end of time. Gunyinji seemed to be bewitched. She stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck. She pulled his head down and offered her lips to his. She raised her head and kissed him deeply. Hua Xiaoheng sucked it in and bit her lips without hesitation, leaving a neat bite mark. The force was a little strong, and she could even feel a stab of pain. However, this pain did not make her feel uncomfortable. Instead, it stimulated her whole body to heat up, and her heart trembled. Hua Xiaoheng stopped kissing her and raised his head slightly. "Let go. The steak is going to burn." Gunyinji reluctantly let go and smacked her lips. She licked her lips with her tongue as if she hadn't had enough. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he finally restrained himself. He scooped the steak out of the pot and placed it on a plate. Only then did Gunyinji see that there were several plates of prepared dishes on the marble countertop in the kitchen. There was asparagus with truffle sauce, a plate of sliced Hunan-style cured sausages, and a small bowl of buttered mashed potatoes. Gunyinji's stomach began to grumble. Hua Xiaoheng poured the prepared sauce on the steak to enhance the flavor and placed it in front of Gunyinji. "Try it." Gunyinji's eyes widened. The steak on the fine white porcelain plate was actually heart-shaped. Gunyinji felt like she could only eat breakfast on her knees. She walked out of the kitchen dizzily with the plate and sat down in the dining room. Gunyinji rubbed her face. Her cheeks were sore from laughing, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing. Hua Xiao's steak was heart-shaped. She couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a picture to send to her friends. The caption was, "Even a dish is made in the shape of loving you." Not long after, her friends started howling. Ma Chi-Chi, showing affection so early in the morning. That's against the rules. I'll block you both. Brother Xiong, commenter +1. Chi-Chi loves you. Brother Zay, commenter +2. Both commenters broke the rules too. I'll block them. I'll block them both. Angry. JPG. Professor He, childish. Sneer. JPG. Ms. Song. Little Nianji has a new boyfriend? Such a fancy steak is definitely not something my son is capable of making. So you thought to himself, Tan Guirin, it's so good to see that there are still people in this world who can be so happy. I wish you all the best. Miss Gu has a new boyfriend? Special Assistant Zhuang. Nianji, your leave has been canceled. Come to work after breakfast. Remember to bring the leftover steak over to share. Just kidding. Gu Nianji giggled silently as her shoulders twitched. She didn't notice that Hua Xiaoheng had already sat next to her. He reached out and took the phone from Gu Nianji's hand. He said calmly, "Don't play with your phone while eating." Then he saw what Gu Nianji was looking at. His brows furrowed as he scrolled down the phone. It was full of similar things. Oh, so lively. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it for a while and took out his phone. He only replied to Song Jinning in Gu Nianji's friend circle. Mr. It replied to Ms. Song. Such a fancy steak. Unfortunately, it was your son who made it. He immediately turned off his phone after replying. At the same time, he also turned off Gu Nianji's phone. Let's eat breakfast. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness. She said happily, Hua Xiao, what should I do? This steak is too delicious. I can't bear to eat it. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and took the plate from her. He waved the knife a few times and cut the heart-shaped steak into several small pieces. Each small piece was a heart. He then forked it up and fed it to Gu Nianji's mouth. Open your mouth. Gu Nianji quickly opened her mouth wide and bit down. She was just short of meowing. She looked exactly like a greedy little cat who loved to be pampered. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. You still need to feed me? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. One bite is enough. I'll do the rest myself. I'll do it myself. She took her plate and squinted her eyes as she ate. The heart-shaped steak served early in the morning had a unique flavor. Hua Xiaoheng's cooking was indeed impeccable. It was even better than Reinitz's. Gu Nianji ate happily. After breakfast, she felt like she had gained 2 pounds. Hua Xiaoheng finished the rest of the food and put the plate in the dishwasher. He then cut 2 dragon fruits and sprinkled honey powder on them. He brought it out and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji originally couldn't eat anymore, but when she saw the dragon fruits that were neatly cut and sprinkled with honey powder, she immediately perked up. Hua Xiao, if you feed me like this, I'll get very fat. Gu Nianji was worried about her weight as she ate happily. Hua Xiaoheng draped an arm on the back of Gu Nianji's chair and watched her eat. He said calmly, You've been too tired recently. You need to eat more. It's quite tiring. Gu Nianji nodded and frowned. I didn't even know the Senate Secretariat had so many things to do. Although I'm the legal advisor, Speaker Long specifically asked me to go with him this time, so I had no choice. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Gu Nianji to leave him and go somewhere else. But he also didn't want Gu Nianji to be confined at home. She had the ability, so she should go out and use her talents. If you really can adapt, you can resign when you return from India. Hua Xiaoheng discussed with her. It's not a bad idea to be a lawyer at a law firm. It's your old profession, and it's convenient. Gu Nianji couldn't decide. Okay, we'll talk about it when I return from India. She couldn't give up on something she'd already agreed to. As the two of them ate breakfast sweetly, Tan Guirin was waiting outside the military court with her cousin. She had just left a message on Gu Nianji's WeChat moments when her cousin, Kai Xingnan, nudged her. The court is starting. Go in. Today was the day Kai Songyin was going on trial. Because it was a military court, all media were prohibited from entering and unrelated people were not allowed to sit in. Only defense lawyers and immediate family members were allowed in. Kai Shangnan was Kai Songyin's defense lawyer, and Tan Guirin was her daughter, so both of them were allowed in. The two of them had arrived earlier. After a while, Kai Songyin was finally brought in by the bailiff and stood in the defendant's stand. Kai Songyin had only been locked up for about 10 days, but she had aged more than 10 years. Her previously dark, curly hair was now white, and the skin on her face was loose and wrinkles were becoming more obvious. "Mommy," Tan Guirin burst into tears when she saw her mother like this. Kai Songyin finally looked up and saw Tan Guirin sitting in the gallery. "Little darling, don't cry." She turned around and greeted her anxiously. The defendant is not allowed to speak without reason. Family members must control their emotions, or we will have to ask them to leave. The judge in the courtroom sternly warned Kai Songyin and Tan Guirin. Tan Guirin quickly wiped her tears and did not say anything else. Soon, the prosecutor also walked in with two assistants. This time, the prosecutor in the military court was by Yueran, the director of the legal department of the Special Operations Forces. Tan Guirin looked at by Yueran timidly. She had already been removed from the military art troupe. She had originally wanted to resign herself because her parents had committed such a crime, and she was too ashamed to continue staying in the troupe. But before she could do anything, the leader of the troupe had tactfully told her that her contract had already been terminated and she did not need to come anymore. Tan Guirin was shocked at the time. Didn't she join the military? Why was there a contract? The leader of the troupe said that she was previously an inactive civilian staff member and had signed the same employment contract as a normal company. They also said that her background check had been stuck and never passed, so she could not officially enlist. They also told her to ask the legal department of the Special Operations Forces if she did not understand anything. Tan Guirin had lived and studied abroad for many years, so it was almost impossible for someone like her to enlist. At the time, because she was the daughter of the Prime Minister, the Supreme Military Council had specially approved for the Special Operations Forces to conduct a background check on her overseas experience. The result was obvious. If Bai Yueran did not sign, her background check would not pass. Tan Guirin went to see Bai Yueran once, but she refused. "Miss Tan, you can ask about the results of the background check after your parents' lawsuit is over." "Why?" "Because immediate family members with serious criminal records can't join the military, especially since your father was accused of treason." After the awkwardness of that day, Tan Guirin was very embarrassed to see Bai Yueran again. She was even a little scared. Tan Guirin had experienced the coldness of the world since her parents were both imprisoned. Fortunately, the Tan and Kai families were still very good to her, especially her uncle, Kai Sumin, and cousin, Kai Xingnan. They kept her company at home, so she could endure so many difficult days. At 9 o'clock sharp, the military court started. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang. It was a message from a Special Operations Forces member attending the court to remind him that there were 3 court hearings today. This was the first court session. It was the third court session today. Everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second court session was at 1 p.m., and the third court session was at 7 p.m. Chapter 1139. Hua Xiaoheng shared the trial video with Gun Yinji. This was specially approved by a special line, so no one else had this privilege. Today is Kai Songyin, Tan Dongbang, and Hong Kanchuan's trial. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gun Yinji as they nestled on the sofa and connected the video to the large TV on the opposite wall. Gun Yinji finished a full breakfast and was actually feeling sleepy. She had indeed been lacking sleep for the past few days, and Hua Xiaoheng's embrace made her feel incredibly warm and secure. She quickly fell asleep on Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Hua Xiaoheng lowered the volume of the TV and shifted his body to allow Gun Yinji to sleep more comfortably. On the TV, Kai Shangnan and Bai Yueran were arguing. "Your Honor, although my client is still married to Tan Dongbang, everyone knows that Tan Dongbang publicly cheated, and their relationship has long been broken. The only reason they haven't divorced is because my client cares about their relationship and doesn't want Tan Dongbang's career to be destroyed." and Tan Dongbang's actions have long excluded my client from his inner circle. My client has no knowledge of Tan Dongbang's betrayal, so she cannot bear joint responsibility with him. Also, my client has performed meritorious deeds, so I hope the court will be lenient. After Kai Xingnan finished speaking, she gave Kai Songyin a don't worry look. Kai Songyin sighed, slightly in relief. Of course, she didn't want to be charged with treason like Tan Dongbang. That kind of crime was either the death penalty or a life sentence. There was no third possibility. Also, she really didn't know that Tan Dongbang was in contact with the Japanese. If she had known earlier, she would have divorced him and reported him a long time ago. Although Kai Songyin loved to play with power, she still had a bottom line. This kind of man who was not only shameless, but also willing to risk his life for power wasn't worth her effort at all. She looked up to see Bai Yueran stand up and begin her questioning. Your Honor, the defendant, Kai Songyin, has always been married to Tan Dongbang. This is a legally recognized fact. As for the opposing lawyer's claim that she had nothing to do with Tan Dongbang's betrayal, that is also free testimony. She cannot produce any evidence to prove that the two are not related. On the contrary, I have a lot of material here to prove that Kai Songyin had full control over Tan Dongbang's election. Saying that she wasn't in Tan Dongbang's inner circle is pure nonsense. Bai Yueran didn't even look at Kai Xingnan and handed all the information to the court. Kai Xingnan blushed a little, but she still stood up and said, they used to be in the inner circle during the election, but ever since Tan Dongbang and Gu Yinran's affair came to light, their relationship as husband and wife only existed in name. But still famous. Being famous means you have legal support. As for whether it's real or not, it's not up to the court to investigate. Bai Yueran seized on the loophole in Kai Xingnan's words and said, Lawyer Kai, you can't do this. I'm talking about the law with you, and you're talking about feelings with me. How can we tell if it's real or fake? I also have evidence here to prove that my client has been living separately from Tan Dongbang ever since he cheated on her. Kai Xingnan turned around with a smile and looked at Bai Yueran, who had a serious expression on her face. This kind of separation is recognized by the divorce court. It wouldn't be that the military court wouldn't recognize it, right? This is what I mean by existing in name only. Bai Yueran smiled slightly. Is that so? But even if Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's marriage only exists in name only, Kai Songyin has a very close working relationship with Hong Kong Quan, and Hong Kong Quan is the real culprit behind the crime of treason. Lawyer Kai, please explain why your client is so close to Hong Kong Quan. What is the reason? This was indeed the most difficult point to clear. Kai Songyin looked up slightly and glanced at Bai Yueran. Hua Xiaoheng had promised her that if she told the truth, he would give her a chance to become a tainted witness, and he wouldn't sue her for this in court. Did Bai Yueran not remember doing this? Hua Xiaoheng, who was in front of the TV, was also stunned. He immediately connected to Bai Yueran's Bluetooth headset and said, Director Bai, Kai Songyin has already reached an agreement with us to become a tainted witness. What he meant was that they shouldn't pursue the relationship between Hong Kong Quan and Kai Songyin and make an issue out of it. Bai Yueran knew this, but she felt that she should give Kai Songyin a warning. Otherwise, she would think that she was capable of silently erasing this incident. Kai Xingnan was indeed in a difficult position. This was indeed the most difficult thing to clear up. Furthermore, she knew that Kai Songyin hadn't told her about her relationship with Hong Kong Quan even when they were in court. She had only said that he was her best friend's husband. Therefore, Kai Xingnan braced herself and said, Hong Kong Quan is my client's best friend's husband. May I ask what the prosecutor means by saying that they have a close relationship? Is that so? Best friend's husband? Bai Yueran snorted, but didn't pursue the matter further. All right, let's not talk about this for now. She had already used her tone and posture to express her attitude. Kai Songyin was sweating profusely. Only then did she feel alive again. She wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand and heard the judge announce the verdict. The defendant, Kai Songyin, is not guilty of treason, guilty of election bribery, and guilty of manipulating the election. The assets of the companies under her name that participated in election bribery and manipulation will be confiscated. Due to her meritorious service during the waiting period, she will be sentenced to 5 years in prison with 1 year of probation. With probation, as long as she didn't continue to break the law during the probation period, she would be able to fight for a further reduction of Kai Sung-yin's sentence so that she wouldn't have to go to jail in the end. This was already the best result she could achieve. Kai Sung-yin smiled bitterly and hung her head low. She wouldn't have to go to jail, but her future would be ruined. The only thing she was glad about was that she had set up a trust fund for Tan Guerin early on. It could be said that as long as Tan Guerin was still alive, she would be able to receive money from the trust fund for the rest of her life. Bai Yueran and Kai Shengnan thanked the judge at the same time. They were both happy to see this wedding. After the lawsuit was over, Kai Song-yin was released on the spot and went back with Kai Shengnan and Tan Guerin. She held Tan Guerin's hand with a heavy heart and said, "Little darling, don't be afraid about this. Mommy is fine. I'm not afraid." Tan Guerin held back her tears. "As long as Mommy can go home, everything is fine." Kai Song-yin sighed. "I didn't misjudge him. Hua Xiaoheng was lenient towards me and didn't pursue this matter relentlessly. If Hua Xiaoheng had continued to harp on her relationship with Hong Kong Quan, the case of the blogger's murder would definitely have been uncovered. Hong Kong Quan had another reason for killing the blogger. Kai Song-yin was only a scapegoat for him to beat her at her own game. Tan Guerin's heart skipped a beat. She wiped her tears. "Mommy is a good person, and so is Hua Xiao. Only good people help good people." Kai Song-yin patted her shoulder. "It's getting late. Can you make me some lunch?" "Oh, lunch? Make it myself?" Tan Guerin was at a loss. She only knew how to make instant noodles. Kai Song-yin remembered that her daughter didn't know how to cook, so she immediately picked up her phone and ordered 2 takeouts from a nearby restaurant. It was Tan Dongbong's trial afternoon. His case was much faster. Because he hadn't hired a lawyer of Kai Shinan's level, he obviously couldn't win against Bai Yueran, the head of the legal department. Soon, the court announced Tan Dongbang colluded with foreign forces and used improper means to interfere with 2 elections. He was found guilty of disrupting the elections and bribery, as well as treason. The first trial sentenced him to life imprisonment. Tan Dongbang exploded when he heard that. "Why is Kai Song-yin only sentenced to 5 years, but I have to be sentenced to life imprisonment? This is so unfair. I want to appeal." The judge looked up at him through his reading glasses and said coldly, "Appealing is the right granted to you by the Constitution. You can appeal, but the result of our first trial will not change." Tan Dongbang was taken away by the bailiffs. Soon, Hong Kong Quan was also brought in. His eyes were dull, and he had to be supported by 2 bailiffs to be placed on the defendant's stand as he walked. The lawyer he hired was also a rookie lawyer, because the other lawyers refused to defend him as soon as they heard about his case. Only this kind of newbie reporter, who was not afraid of tigers, would ignore the wishes of the higher-ups and want to turn the case upside down. However, this was related to the interests of the Special Operations Forces in the nation, so how could everything be made public? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was unfathomably deep as he looked at the results on the television and counted down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting to 10, Hong Kong Chuan's lawyer was speechless from Bai Yueran's rebuttal. Hong Kong Quan was still sitting on the defendant's stand in a daze. Hua Xiaoheng counted to 5 again, and the judge had already begun to read the verdict. Hong Kong Quan has been found guilty of treason, causing the death of his colleague at sea and the injury of many of his colleagues. He has also sold top-secret national secrets. This is a heinous crime, and he is sentenced to death to be carried out immediately. Hong Kong Chuan's eyes, which had been blank all this time, finally twitched. Then, it was as if he had woken up from a long dream. He listened to the entire trial in silence and only made one request. "Before the execution, I want to see Hua Xiaoheng." "Why?" The judge was expressionless. "We need a reasonable reason." Hong Kong Quan thought about it. In any case, this is what he is most concerned about. This was also the reason why he had to be brought back alive. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third, change the time. It's 8 o'clock at night. My dear friends, I got it wrong. Moi. Chapter 1140. Hong Kongquan's crimes were not negotiable, but his last wish was to see Hua Xiaoheng. After some consideration, the military court agreed. His sentence was supposed to be the death penalty, and it would be carried out immediately. Hong Kongquan had no intention of appealing, so Hua Xiaoheng went to the execution ground to see him in the afternoon. Hong Kongquan was wearing a prisoner's uniform, shackled, and blindfolded as he was taken to the reception room by the prison guards. After the blindfold was removed, Hong Kongquan squinted at the incandescent light in the room. In his blurry vision, he saw a tall figure in a military uniform standing with his back to him. Then the person turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing him in a major general's uniform, Hong Kongquan's eyes were filled with reluctance. He used to wear a military uniform like this too, although he hadn't reached the rank of major general yet. He was only one step away. After being in the military for so many years, it wasn't that he didn't feel sad when he was discharged. It was only then that Hong Kongquan felt a little remorseful. Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the chairs on both sides of the table in the middle of the reception room. Sit. Hong Kongquan dragged his shackles and sat down. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from him and looked at him calmly. Did you need something from me? Hong Kongquan's lips trembled violently. His face was ashen, and his eyes were dim. After a while, he choked out, Xiaoheng, I've let the country down, the military down, and the people down. I was foolish and blinded by greed. One wrong step led to many wrong steps, resulting in today's bitter outcome. Hua Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. Hong Kongquan, your momentary foolishness did not only harm yourself, but also caused the deaths of our soldiers in the Sea of Japan. You caused our nation's secrets to be leaked. So if you want to repent and get your sentence reduced, don't waste your effort. I definitely won't agree to it. Hong Kongquan shook his head, his eyes getting redder and redder. I never thought about getting my sentence reduced, just like I never thought about betraying the country. He held back his tears and looked up. I'm very sorry about that soldier's death. Please convey my apology to his family. I've already told my family to compensate the soldier's family for their losses. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. The country has pensions and special policies that are enough to ensure his family's livelihood. I know, but this is a token of my appreciation. Hong Kongquan smiled bitterly. Xiaoheng, do you despise me now? No, I don't have that much time. Hua Xiaoheng was getting a little impatient. Hong Kongquan, you're not a child. You can't wait until the consequences are irreversible before regretting. Hong Kongquan closed his eyes. All right then, I've wasted your time. What I want to tell you is that I only gave the Japanese the first phase of the quantum satellite technology, but the information in it is fake. I've already changed the key parts. The Japanese won't succeed if they follow the information I gave them to make quantum satellites. Huh. Xiaoheng said, Kongquan, I Kongquan, I out, to the saying out, I have a wong too. And Hong Kongquan quickly turned to leave and was brought into the execution grounds by the prison guards. Hua Xiaoheng put on his sunglasses and stood by the window. After 3 gunshots, Hong Kongquan collapsed in a pool of blood. Although most of the death sentences had been changed to intravenous injection, the death sentence in the military court was still a direct execution by shooting. Hua Xiaoheng walked over to carefully verify Hong Kongquan's identity before signing the death certificate. After leaving the execution ground, Hua Xiaoheng went to see General Ji and showed him the surveillance footage of his meeting with Hong Kongquan. When General Ji heard Hong Kongquan say that there was a problem with the quantum satellite technology he had given the Japanese, he froze for a moment and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Do you think what he said is true? Hua Xiaoheng was used to being suspicious, so he declined to comment. That depends on the Japanese's performance. Japan did not disappoint. The day after Hong Kongquan was shot, they announced that they had broken through the bottleneck of quantum satellite technology. The first stage of the technology had been perfected and a small quantum satellite had been launched. But at the same time, they also announced that quantum communication technology had inherent limitations and was not worth investing a lot of effort in. They decided to no longer support quantum communication technology, and the small quantum satellite they had launched had not been able to enter the established orbit. Instead, it became a piece of space junk and was severely criticized by environmentalists. After General G finished watching the press conference in Japan, he called Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Maybe what Hong Kong Quan said was true." Hua Xiaoheng did not refute, but said, "But Hong Kong Quan is not a technician after all. He thinks that he replaced the key information, but the Japanese still broke through the technical bottleneck. Although it has been put on hold for now, who knows if one of them will be inspired one day and discover the power of quantum communication technology and restart the experiment." This was irrefutable. General G sighed deeply and hung up. There were only 2 days left until Speaker Long's state visit to India. The preparatory work had finally come to an end. Special Assistant Zhuang announced that the people in the Secretariat would be given half a day off so that everyone could go back and relax and continue work the next day. At that moment, a tall and thin figure was standing in Speaker Long's office. It was Special Assistant Yang, who had been given a long day off by Speaker Long. Speaker Long sat at his desk and looked at the resignation letter and application form that Special Assistant Yang had placed in front of him. He sighed slightly. Special Assistant Yang said with a look of remorse, "Speaker Long, I know that I was wrong, and I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. I just hope that you will give me a way out on account of the 10 years I have worked for you. I will resign from the Parliamentary Secretariat. This is the price I have to pay for my mistakes." He had worked for Speaker Long for the past 10 years, and even if he had not made any contributions, he had still worked hard. Moreover, he was indeed capable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully pass the interview for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But for him to successfully enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he still needed Speaker Long's approval. If Speaker Long did not sign on his application form, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not be able to pass the background check. Speaker Long was not very willing to let Special Assistant Yang continue to work in the system. But he also knew that, to put it bluntly, Special Assistant Yang's problem was that he was narrow-minded and made things difficult for his subordinates. It was not a big problem. No one was perfect, so why was there a need to be so ruthless? Moreover, if he resigned from the Parliamentary Secretariat and went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his future development would be greatly restricted. At least as long as he was the Speaker of the Senate, he would not let Special Assistant Yang have any chance of success. And Speaker Long had always been relatively gentle and would not force people into a corner. Therefore, he only warned him, "You must remember this lesson well. You must be broad-minded and correct your attitude. Competition is based on your own ability. You are a capable person, so you must not take the wrong path." "I definitely won't. I definitely won't." Special Assistant Yang cried bitterly as he admitted his mistake. "If you do not object, I will apologize to Gu Yinji right now. A public apology. I was really muddle-headed for a moment. She is so outstanding, I am afraid that she will replace me." This was indeed his heartfelt words. Speaker Long's heart softened, and he signed the application form. "All right, there is no need for a public apology. There is also no need for a resignation letter. I will have someone issue a notice of your negotiated resignation." Negotiated resignation sounded slightly better than firing him, but of course it was not as good as resigning himself. In this way, Special Assistant Yang's chances of being promoted in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were indeed slim. Special Assistant Yang's heart trembled, but he did not struggle. He nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Speaker Long, for your magnanimity. I will definitely remember your great kindness." Special Assistant Yang brought the application form signed by Speaker Long to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The director of the Asian Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was his senior. He looked at the application form and the notice of negotiated resignation without saying anything. He also signed and asked someone to take him to complete the formalities. After he left, the director's secretary whispered, "Director, I heard that he was negotiated to leave because he had a conflict with his colleagues." "Yes, I know." The director nodded lightly. "There is no other way. We are lacking people, and no one is willing to go to the Indian embassy. At least he is willing." People who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were required to be stationed abroad for a period of time. However, everyone was willing to go to developed countries. Other countries were not as well off as the Huaxia Empire, so not many people were willing to go. This time, the Indian embassy was really lacking a lot of people, so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently recruited people, especially for Speaker Long's state visit. That's true. Also, he has been with Speaker Long for many years. Sending him to the Indian embassy to be responsible for coordinating the work of the Senate's visit to India should be more efficient. The secretary nodded in agreement. Besides, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not an organization with real power, so there was no money to be made. It was far worse than working in the Senate Secretariat. The director of the Asian department said, "This is an urgent matter. Let him go to the Indian embassy for a while, then transfer him back for training." Another day passed. Tomorrow was the day that Speaker Long and his party would set off. Gu Yinji drove her little red car to the Senate building for work. At lunchtime, her intercom rang. "Lawyer Gu, a few Japanese people want to see you. They're in the lobby on the first floor of the Senate building." Gu Yinji asked unhappily, "Do they have an appointment? If they don't, then let them wait in line first." "Lawyer Gu, I asked, and they said they don't have an appointment. However, they said they are from the Angel in the World Foundation in Japan. They are here to apologize to you and have some things to give to you in person." Gu Yinji frowned. "There is no need to apologize. I am in a lawsuit with them, so it is not convenient for me to see them in person. You can ask them to go back." The receptionist put down the phone and said to the Japanese people in front of her who were nodding and bowing, "I am sorry. Our lawyer Gu said it is not convenient for her to see you." One of the Japanese people said in stiff Chinese, "Please tell Lawyer Gu that she will. There's a box of things left by Lawyer Gu's father. I want to hand it to her in person." The receptionist had no choice but to call Gu Yinji again. "Lawyer Gu, these Japanese people said they have something from your father and want to hand it to you in person." Gu Yinji's heart skipped a beat and thought about it. This was the Senate building, so why should she be afraid of them? She nodded. "Let them wait for a while. I will come down to take a look after I am done with my work." It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1141. The receptionist at the front desk agreed and asked the Japanese, "Do you still want to wait? Lawyer Gu will come down a while." "No problem, we'll wait." As the Japanese spoke, they walked to the side hall of the lobby and found a sofa in the corner to sit down. Gu Yinji sped up her work and finished what she was doing in no time. She looked at her watch after handing in the finished work to Special Assistant Zhuang. Half an hour had passed, with the Japanese still waiting for her downstairs. Gu Yinji thought about it and called the front desk downstairs. "Hello, is this Lawyer Gu?" The receptionist at the front desk could see the name on the internal line. Gu Yinji nodded and said apologetically, "I just finished. Do you still need me to come down?" The receptionist at the front desk nodded cheerfully. "Come down if you have time. They've been waiting in the side hall." Gu Yinji knew that the Senate building wasn't a place anyone could enter as they pleased. There were at least 3 rounds of security checks from the entrance of the courtyard to the entrance of the building's lobby. Even the phones they carried with them would be x-rayed to ensure that the phones weren't modified. And these Japanese even brought a suitcase. Gu Yinji was indeed interested. The Angels on Earth charity organization had a very close relationship with Gu Yinran. Based on Gu Yinran's speed and attitude for the past 7 years, it was possible that the charity organization really did have something that belonged to Gu Xiangwen. Gu Yinji thought about it and stood up to say to the receptionist, "I'm about to deliver something to Special Assistant Zhuang, so I'll come down." "Okay, I'll pass the message to them." "No need, don't say anything. I'll come down and take a look." Gu Yinji hung up and grabbed her sunglasses from the table. She left the secretary's office and took the elevator down. She came out of the elevator on the 2nd floor and planned to take the stairs to the lobby on the 1st floor. She also wanted to observe the Japanese while she was at it. At the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor, there happened to be a corner where she could see the reception room of the lobby on the 1st floor. She stood there with her arms crossed and watched silently for a while. She didn't see anything special about the Japanese. There were a total of 5 people. They were not young, probably over 60 years old. They had short, snow-white hair on their heads, and they were all very short and thin. They sat on the sofa in the corner and did not look around in the lobby. At the feet of the person in the middle was a translucent Muji box. One could vaguely see the contents inside, which looked like paper and books. Gunyinji spaced out for a while before slowly walking down the stairs. Gunyinji walked around the tall white pillars in the lobby and came to where the 5 Japanese people were sitting. She took off her sunglasses and nodded at them with a smile. "Hello, I'm Gunyinji." The old Japanese man sitting in the middle suddenly looked up and stared at Gunyinji with wide eyes. He looked at her carefully for a while and said disappointedly, "Gunyinji, you, Father Gu Xiangwen, don't look like him." Gunyinji, did that mean she wasn't like her father? However, she had seen a photo of her father that Yi Xian had given her. Her nose was clearly the same as her father's. Gunyinji pointed at herself. "Are you serious? Did you really meet my father?" Another Japanese man said, "Nose like." Then the other 3 Japanese men nodded in unison. "Nose like." Gunyinji, the Japanese man who said Gunyinji didn't look like Gu Xiangwen, looked at her again and nodded reluctantly. "Nose like. Everything else not like." Indeed, Gunyinji only had a straight and elegant nose that was very similar to Gu Xiangwen's. Of course, her nose had the delicate outline of a woman's nose. It wasn't as handsome as Gu Xiangwen's, but the shape and direction were exactly the same. Other than the nose, the other parts of Gunyinji's face were indeed different from Gu Xiangwen's. For example, Gu Xiangwen's eyes weren't big, but Gunyinji's eyes were extraordinarily large. Not only were the outline of her eyes large, but her pupils were full, round, and dark. They had the effect of natural contact lenses. Therefore, if one first saw the eyes, it would be easy to conclude that the father and daughter didn't look alike at all. However, upon a second look, one would realize that the shape of the nose was exactly the same. Also, the temperament of the two was similar. They both had a charm that made people forget themselves and feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Gunyinji was speechless by these Japanese people's broken Mandarin. She rolled her eyes in her mind, but still maintained a polite expression. "I'll get an interpreter to come over. Please wait a moment." Gunyinji felt that she couldn't have a deep conversation with these old Japanese people with their level of Mandarin. However, the old Japanese man in the middle reached out to stop her. "No need. A note. Here." He took out a neatly folded note from his pocket and presented it to Gunyinji with both hands. Gunyinji was a full head taller than him. Faced with a gray-haired old man being so respectful to her, Gunyinji couldn't help being polite, even though he was Japanese. However, she didn't take the note. She only smiled and said slowly, "I'm really sorry. Because of our rules, I can't have private contact with foreigners, so I must find someone to accompany me. If you don't mind, then we don't have to talk anymore. I have to go back to work." The Japanese people clearly didn't know about this rule. They looked at each other with suspicious expressions. Gunyinji put her hands in the pockets of her straight trousers and smiled calmly. She bowed. "If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm leaving." She turned to leave. "Wait," one of the Japanese people said anxiously. "Translator, you get one." Gunyinji stopped in her tracks and nodded with a smile. She didn't look back. She took out her phone and called Hua Xiaoheng. "I need a Japanese translator. Can you send one over?" Hua Xiaoheng had just finished a meeting. As soon as he heard Gunyinji's call, he immediately knew something was up. He said immediately, "Okay, I'll send you a Japanese translator right away. He'll be there in 10 minutes. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng immediately ordered a member of the Special Operations Forces who was proficient in Japanese to arrive at the Senate building in 10 minutes. It only took the person 8 minutes to arrive at the Senate building lobby. He looked up and saw Gunyinji standing in front of a group of white-haired Japanese people. He quickly walked over and greeted them in Japanese. The Japanese people only breathed a sigh of relief when they heard their familiar language. They relaxed and told him the whole story. It turned out that Gu Nianji's lawsuit against the Angels on Earth charity organization was nearing an end. They had lost the case and had to return the Gu family's assets that Gu Yanran had illegally given to the charity. This included not only the 15 billion US dollars, but also many physical objects. These Japanese people weren't actually from the Angels on Earth charity organization. They were scientists who were doing scientific research funded by the charity organization. The box in front of them contained Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters from back then. They were given to them by the charity organization. It was said that the Gu family had also donated them to the charity organization. In order to make the most of their use, they gave these manuscripts and letters to the scientists they funded. Gu Nianji's heart raced when she heard this. Her father's manuscripts and letters were actually in that Alec box. This was such a breakthrough discovery. Hua Xiaoheng had searched for so long, but he hadn't found a single word left behind by Gu Xiangwen. However, she had an entire box of Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters. The member of the Special Operations Forces who had rushed over to be the translator was also very surprised. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he professionally translated Gu Nianji and the 5 Japanese people's conversation and communicated with each other. Gu Nianji asked in surprise, "Are these really my father's manuscripts and letters? What are they about?" The Japanese people were a bit embarrassed. After looking at each other a few more times, they said, "It's part of his scientific research, magnetic fields, and biotechnology." Gu Nianji's expression instantly turned ugly. She said stiffly, "Put it down. You can go now." She no longer smiled politely. She didn't even bother to make eye contact. The Japanese people also knew they were in the wrong. After bowing to her, they left dejectedly and only left the Alec box in front of the sofa. Gu Nianji walked over slowly. Just as she was about to bend down to open the box, the Special Operations Forces member quickly stopped her. "Miss Gu, don't touch it yet." As he spoke, he took out a pair of plastic gloves and handed them to Gu Nianji. "Put on before you open it." Gu Nianji forced a smile and took the plastic gloves from him. She put them on and picked up the box. The box wasn't big, but it was very heavy because it was filled with manuscripts and letters. It must be something from many years ago, right? If it was now, everyone would have electronic archives. Who would still use paper? Gu Nianji carefully caressed the box and turned to the translator. "You were sent by Hua Xiao, right?" The translator nodded. "Take me to Hua Xiao." She picked up her phone and called Special Assistant Zhuang to ask for half a day's leave. Special Assistant Zhuang was making the final confirmation of Speaker Long's itinerary. He said to her, "Okay, go back and rest for half a day. Remember to gather here early tomorrow morning." They would be leaving for India the next day. Gu Nianji agreed. Carrying the box, she followed the translator sent by Hua Xiaoheng to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. "Hua Xiao, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Gu Nianji appeared in front of Hua Xiaoheng's office with the Alec box. Her face was flushed and her eyes were bright. She looked very emotional. Hua Xiaoheng walked out from behind his desk and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry." He pointed to the coffee table in the office. "Put it up." Gu Nianji walked over and put the box down. Her hand never left the box. "Hua Xiao, I haven't opened it yet. They said it's my father's manuscripts and letters," she said excitedly and kept caressing the lid of the box. Gu Nianji had called Hua Xiaoheng on the way, so he already knew. Although he was also very excited, he was much calmer than Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng put on the plastic gloves and pushed Gu Nianji's hand away. He used both hands to lift the frame of the Alec box. The translucent lid opened, revealing the yellowed manuscripts and letters inside. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. Everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Yes, the third night watch would be changed to 8 p.m. Chapter 1142. Gu Nianji stared blankly at the small box of manuscripts and letters and suddenly burst into tears. She covered her face and sat on the sofa, choking as she sobbed. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He sat next to her and pulled her into his arms, allowing her to cry in his arms. His embrace was as warm and firm as ever, with the scent of sunshine. It was as if he had just walked out of the blazing sun with a passion that could melt ice and snow. Gu Nianji felt very safe and cried to her heart's content in such an embrace. Xiaoheng didn't stop her from crying, nor did he look through the contents of the box. He only patted Gu Nianji's back as he looked at the box. His eyes were deep and meaningful, as if they were covered by a layer of fog. The raging waves were hidden in the fog, and it was impossible to see his thoughts. After crying for a while, Gu Nianji felt much better. Tears were a great stress reliever, and it was easy to get depressed when holding back tears. After crying, she first opened the letter that the Japanese had given her with the box. The Japanese apologized very sincerely in the letter, saying that they felt very guilty for using Gu Xiangwen's research results without knowing the truth, and hoped that Gu Nianji would forgive them. Generally speaking, if technical manuscripts were donated to charity, they would theoretically be the property of the charity. The charity could handle these manuscripts to the extent permitted, including giving them to scientists for research. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. If these Japanese scientists really didn't know where the information came from, it wasn't a big mistake. However, Gu Nianji was still unhappy. She pouted and threw the apology letter the Japanese had given her on the coffee table. She said angrily, "Thieves, pretending to be innocent after stealing someone else's things." She didn't believe that these Japanese scientists didn't know where these things came from. They were all thousand-year-old foxes, so why were they putting on an act? Who would donate their own family's confidential technology? However, these Japanese scientists not only believed it, but also enjoyed the fruits of other people's labor with a clear conscience. It was simply stupid and vicious. Gu Nianji had cried so hard that she was still sobbing even after she stopped. After reading the letter, she asked while sobbing, "Hua Xiao, why don't you see what's in the box?" Hua Xiaoheng wiped her tears with a tissue and shook his head. "This is yours. How can I see it if you haven't seen it yet?" At the very least, Gu Nianji had to show him before he could see it. This made Gu Nianji want to cry again. She tugged at the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt and looked at him with tears in her eyes. But the Japanese have already seen everything. Not only had he seen everything, but he had also studied it thoroughly. After all, it had been 7 years since Gu Xiangwen's accident. These Japanese scientists had obtained these manuscripts and letters for at least 4 to 5 years. Not only have they seen it, but they must have also entered it into the computer and saved it forever. Gu Nianji kicked the coffee table in displeasure. "Did you think I would cry tears of gratitude just because you pretended to give it back to me? Pooh! You stole my things. How can I not spit them out?" Gu Nianji grabbed the air with one hand. "I want to dig their brains out. Any Japanese who stole her father's research results would die a horrible death." Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was struggling, so he simply put her on his lap and wrapped his arms tightly around her chest to restrain her. He comforted her. "You don't have to be so angry. In my opinion, although those Japanese scientists took your father's manuscripts and letters for research, they didn't achieve anything." Gu Nianji suddenly calmed down. "Really? No way. My father was so amazing. He could be considered a genius. How could there be no results?" "That's the truth," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "If there were results, the Japanese would have bragged about it a long time ago. In fact, Japan hasn't made any major breakthroughs in scientific research in the past decade. The most recent breakthrough in quantum communication satellites was also stolen from the Huaxia Empire's research results. However, they didn't do either well, which was enough to prove that if the technology was too advanced, some people who didn't have enough IQ wouldn't be able to use it even if they stole it. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully. It seemed to be the case. Her mood improved a little. She wiped her nose with a tissue and whispered, "I don't want my father's research results to be used to arm the Japanese." History had long proven that once Japan obtained an advantage over the Huaxia Empire in technology, they would immediately launch an invasion against the Huaxia Empire without hesitation. So we can't let our guard down for even a moment. Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. "That won't happen. We have our own independent research and development advantage, and we have a huge talent pool. In Japan, talents have withered in recent years. A generation of young people don't think about making progress and have become heisei otaku. Other than playing video games and watching cartoons, they have no achievements. A faint smile appeared on Gunyinji's face. She said obediently, "Okay, I'll listen to you." She was so obedient and easy to coax. She had her own ideas, but she wasn't headstrong or arrogant. She could listen to other people's opinions. This kind of Gunyinji softened Hui Xiaoheng's hardened heart. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras in the office, he would have hugged her and made out with her right now. Unfortunately, he could only kiss her cheek. See if there are any clues in these things. Xiaoheng reluctantly let go of her and got up to take a pair of very comfortable latex gloves for Gunyinji. Were these better? Gunyinji took off the relatively large plastic gloves on her hands and changed into the milky white latex gloves that were naturally like a second layer of skin. She started looking through the box. The things inside were neatly arranged. Roughly speaking, they were divided into two main categories: handwritten notes and letters. The handwritten notes were more messy. They were filled with formulas and graphics that Gunyinji couldn't understand, but they were neatly bound and numbered in order. As for the letters, they were divided into two categories. One was directly placed in a large brown paper envelope, and the other was placed in a normal envelope with a stamp on it. The letters in the brown paper envelopes were all photocopies. They were written by Gu Xiangwen to Ishihara Bai-san. The letters in the normal envelopes were written by Ishihara Bai-san to Gu Xiangwen. They were all originals and had been mailed with a stamp. Gunyinji guessed that Gu Xiangwen probably had the habit of archiving everything. Even if it was a letter he had mailed himself, he would make a copy and save it. This was probably one of the quirks of scientists. Looking at the dates on the letters, it was before the two of them went to the United States to attend university. In other words, they knew each other before going to the United States to attend university. Gunyinji randomly picked out two of Gu Xiangwen's letters from the brown paper envelope to read. The contents of the letters were all academic discussions about magnetic fields. They were written in English. Gunyinji could recognize every word, but when they were strung together, she couldn't understand what they meant. There were all kinds of physics jargon. She didn't understand it, but it sounded awesome. However, the English handwriting looked so familiar. Gunyinji's interest was piqued. She took out all the letters and flipped through them one by one. The letters were all in English. None of them were in Chinese. The handwriting on the letters was elegant and beautiful. Hua Xiao, don't you think the handwriting on this letter looks familiar? Gunyinji curiously placed a letter from Gu Xiangwen in his hands. Hua Xiao was also wearing translucent latex gloves. He took it and looked at it. His eyes narrowed as he said, "Ninji, do you remember the little paper ball that Reinitz gave you?" Gunyinji yelped and slapped her head. "I remember now. This handwriting is very similar to the handwriting on Reinitz's note." It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, the third watch would be changed to 8 o'clock in the evening from now on. Moi. Chapter 1143. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other. A cloud of suspicion rose in their hearts at the same time. Why did Reinitz have the same handwriting as Gu Xiangwen? Did he really want to help Gunyinji find her father? Gunyinji originally thought that Reinitz was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he knew much more than she thought. Hua Xiao, where do you think Reinitz got that note? Hua Xiaoheng said slowly, "We have to investigate this carefully." They had all the system information of the German Federal Intelligence Service, so they should be able to search the contents to see if they could find any clues. Gunyinji had the urge to call Reinitz directly to question him, but then she thought about it again. Reinitz was already taking a risk by giving her the note. If she rashly called, she might accidentally sell Reinitz out. After thinking about it for a while, she resisted the urge and decided not to call Reinitz. She looked at the acrylic box in front of her and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, I don't understand these things either, but they should be useful to the country. I'll donate them to Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics. Well, Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback and instinctively said, "This is your father's thing. Aren't you going to keep it as a souvenir?" "I think my father would want these things to be put to good use. What's the use of leaving it with me, even if I burn 3 joss sticks in the morning and night?" Gu Nianji shrugged. "I'm commemorating my father, not worshipping the box." What she wanted to know more was what the Japanese had learned from these things. And only a professional like Song Jining could see clearly. What Xiaoheng thought about it. "How about this? We'll give the magnetic field stuff to Ms. Song and the biology stuff to Chen Lai. What do you think?" "Okay, I have no objections." Gu Nianji immediately agreed. "Do you want me to sign a donation agreement?" "Of course you have to sign it. You can't be sloppy with the procedures." As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he walked to his desk and used the internal line to call General Ji. He briefly explained the situation here. General Ji gasped. "They actually gave it to the Japanese?" "Yes. Although they've returned some of the things, we still don't know how useful they are. They could only rely on the professional's opinion." General Ji immediately nodded in agreement. "Have Nianji sign an agreement, then make copies of the documents and file them. Give Director Song and Dr. Chun a copy each." "Yes, sir." Hua Xiaoheng straightened his back and stood tall and straight. Now that everything had been arranged, Gu Nianji also stood up. "Hua Xiao, I'll leave you to your work. I have to go back and pack my things. I'll be visiting India with Speaker Long tomorrow." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. "I'll take you there." "It's okay. I can drive back myself." Gu Nianji waved her hand. "Go on with your work." "It's okay. I'll give you a ride. I happen to have something to do there." Hua Xiaoheng took the car keys and called Yin Shi Xiang over at the same time. He pointed at the box and said, "Take this and make 3 copies. Keep one for your files and leave the other 2 with me. I'll distribute them." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shi Xiang immediately saluted with a serious expression. Gu Nianji glanced at him and didn't joke with him like before. She quietly followed Hua Xiaoheng out. Hua Xiaoheng sent her back to her home in Hipingli and kissed her cheek. "Have a safe trip. Be careful, and don't act alone in India. I'll contact you." Gu Nianji was anxious to go back and read the note Reinitz gave her. She nodded hastily. "I know. Don't worry. India was famous for being a violent country. She was just a little girl, so of course she wouldn't be careless enough to wander around in an unfamiliar place." Watching Gu Nianji walk into the elevator of the apartment building, Xiaoheng lowered the window and took out a cigarette to smoke for a while. In a place where Gu Nianji couldn't see, he frowned deeply and quietly thought about the recent events. He kept feeling like the truth was faintly discernible and was waving at them not far ahead. But his intuition told him that things wouldn't be so simple. But the temptation was too great. Even though he knew it could be a trap, he still couldn't help but jump into it himself to find out how deep the trap was. After smoking for a while, the Xiaoheng surveillance system indicated that Gu Nianji had entered the apartment. He threw away the cigarette and sent a text to Gu Nianji. "Have you arrived?" Gu Nianji quickly replied, "Yes, your timing is so accurate." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and started the car. He drove out of the Hipingli precinct's parking lot and headed in the direction of B University. When he was almost at the B University professor's building, Hua Xiaoheng called He Jichu. He Jichu had just finished grading a few theses of his doctoral students. Seeing that it was Hua Xiaoheng's caller ID, he frowned but still picked up. "Hua Xiao, I just looked out the window. It's still dark. The sun hasn't risen from the west yet." He Jichu laughed mockingly. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and said calmly, "Professor He, there are a few things I want to show you. Is it convenient?" He Jichu stretched his long legs lazily. "What is it? I'm not a curious person. I'm not interested in everything. It's about Gu Xianwen." He Jichu's body stiffened. "Come on up." Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of He Jichu and passed his phone to him. The first one is a note that Nianji received. This is what the Japanese specially returned to her today. His phone had a photo file of the information. He Jichu looked at the note and his frown deepened. "Nianji showed me this note. She said it was related to her father, but she didn't tell me who gave it to her. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. Since he needed He Jichu's help, he could only be honest with him. Reinitz and He Jichu were both enemies, but He Jichu was definitely on Gunyinji's side. Reinitz gave this to Nianji. Of course, he secretly gave it to her. He Jichu's expression darkened even more. He said coldly, "What is Reinitz trying to do? You still haven't given up? No matter what his purpose is, look at his note. Isn't it the same font as what the Japanese returned?" Hua Xiaoheng discussed it with He Jichu. Of course, they still needed a handwriting expert to verify it. Before they could decipher the meaning of the two poems, they had another clue. "Professor, why do you think the Japanese returned this box of things?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the photo on his phone. He Jichu snorted. "Of course it's because of our lawsuit. Do you think they'll find their conscience and voluntarily return the stolen things to the owner? The only way to deal with these people was with the law and force. It was useless to talk about conscience and morality. Talking about what they didn't have was like playing the lute to a cow." "Nianji's going to win the lawsuit?" "Almost." He Jichu returned Hua Xiaoheng's phone to him. He didn't seem to care. "I warned Nianji to be careful of the Japanese. Seeing that they're about to spit out the meat in their mouths. They wouldn't be Japanese if they didn't go crazy. Thinking back to the kamikaze suicide squad in the war, the Japanese would even kill themselves when they went crazy." Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. He said calmly, "I thought so too. Now that Professor He has confirmed it, I know what to do." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and shook hands with He Jichu with a smile. He Jichu walked him to the door and suddenly asked, "When is Nianji going to India?" "Tomorrow's flight." Hua Xiaoheng smiled at him and turned to leave. That night, He Jichu didn't sleep at all. He sorted out the work at hand and made a simple handover with the professors in the department. Then he applied for a 2-week leave from the department, saying he was sick and needed to return to the United States for treatment. Before dawn, he took his private plane and left the Huaxiao Empire. The next morning, Gunyinji also went to the airport and took the Huaxiao Empire's private plane to India with Speaker Long and the others. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng was appointed by General Ji to lead the Huaxia Empire's most elite special forces to Russia to participate in the International Special Forces competition in 2 weeks. This was the Huaxiao Empire's 8th time participating in such a competition, and Hua Xiaoheng was the first all-around champion. The next few times, he disappeared without a trace and never went back. Now that he returned to the competition as the head of the military, he immediately attracted the attention of all parties. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. Yes, the third watch will be changed to 8 in the evening from now on. Moi. Chapter 1144. It was 5 in the morning in early April in Moscow, and the entire city was like a sick tiger that had just been awakened and was still asleep. Only a faint trace of the misty white moon appeared on the horizon, indicating the arrival of dawn. The military airport in the western suburbs of Moscow, Otav Airport, was currently on standby for a military plane from the Huaxiao Empire. The Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei, had come to receive them. "Minister Sergei, why did the Huaxiao Empire's special forces come so early this time?" Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, covered her mouth and yawned. She asked in confusion, "The opening ceremony of the competition is in 2 weeks. At that time, the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition would be held in Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow. However, it was still too early for them to come now. The other countries were probably still forming their teams at this time. However, because the Huaxiao Empire's team leader this time was Major General Hua Xiaoheng, whom everyone thought highly of, their country also gave them a very high standard reception. In order to wait for this plane, they had woken up at 3 in the morning just to welcome the Huaxia Empire's military plane. Sergei glanced at his watch and said expressionlessly, "Comrade Natasha, if you complain again, I'll have to send you back." Natasha was so shocked that she was completely awake and didn't dare to say another word. After waiting for another half an hour, they heard rustling footsteps behind them. Natasha turned around and was instantly stunned. She quickly poked Minister of Defense Sergei's back and said, "Minister, the Prime Minister is here." Sergei turned around in surprise and saw their Prime Minister, Gerald, striding over. "Minister Sergei, you're here so early." Prime Minister Gerald was tall and burly, but he had a very gentle personality. "Prime Minister, why are you here?" Sergei quickly went over to shake his hand and said with a smile, "I'll report to you after I receive them. It's nothing. I was asked by the president to meet an old friend of the president," Prime Minister Gerald said with a smile. Prime Minister Gerald chuckled. "After all, this Major General of the Huaxia Empire is practically from the same school as our president. The current president of Russia was a famous KGB general when he was young, so it was no wonder that he favored Hua Xiaoheng, who was also from the Special Forces. When he heard that even the president was paying special attention to this upcoming Major General from the Huaxia Empire, Sergei didn't dare to be disrespectful. He nodded with emotion and said humbly, "I met him once during the Jordan Special Forces competition. At that time, he had just graduated from Israel's Mossad and appeared in front of everyone for the first time. He won the individual all-around championship in a surprise move and then disappeared without a trace." At that time, our president said that this person was definitely not just an ordinary soldier. Prime Minister Gerald laughed heartily. "At the time, I also said that with such a handsome Special Forces soldier, even if he doesn't have any skills, as long as he puts on his uniform and stands out, I reckon that all the female enemy soldiers will automatically kneel before him." Ha ha. Gerald thought he was being humorous, but Sergei, who was a military man, instantly flushed with anger. Using the tone of an internet celebrity to ridicule the soldiers who fought with their lives on the line was an insult. Sergei suddenly turned his head and ignored the seemingly amiable prime minister. He looked at the horizon where the first rays of dawn had just appeared. At that moment, a large military aircraft with 5 large red stars on its fuselage was already speeding over from the horizon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rumbling sound of engines instantly filled the air above the military airport. Prime Minister Gerald frowned almost imperceptibly. However, when the aircraft steadily landed on the military airport and the cabin door opened, Gerald had already put on his most amiable smile and walked in front of Defense Minister Sergei. Hua Xiaoheng's tall and straight figure appeared at the cabin door. He wore a military cap low on his head, making him look extraordinarily heroic. He wore an olive-green mid-length general's military coat with a tight belt around his waist. His shoulders were wide, his waist was narrow, and his legs were almost heaven-defying. He raised his head slightly, revealing a handsome face that even the early summer sun paled in comparison. He was strong and sunny, yet cold and ruthless, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The female Russian soldiers at the airport who had come to receive him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, was completely awake by now. She took off her beret and waved it cheerfully at Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing at the cabin door. She even put her other hand in her mouth and whistled. Sergei was so angry that he turned around and glared at Natasha. "Shut up." Natasha quickly put on her beret, and her chubby, round face immediately turned serious. "Mr. Minister, I'm welcoming a friend from a foreign ally." "Humph." Sergei turned around angrily and saw that Prime Minister Gerald had already walked to the front. He quickly chased after him. Hua Xiaoheng walked down the suspension ladder and shook hands with Prime Minister Gerald with a smile. He said in fluent Russian, "I didn't expect the Prime Minister to grace us with his presence. What honor. You're too kind. Major General Hua's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Ha ha." Prime Minister Gerald laughed even more happily. He grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand and turned sideways to pose for the accompanying reporters to take pictures. Because Gerald's face was relatively chubby, he played a little trick and stood back to push Hua Xiaoheng in front of the camera. After taking the pictures, he happily looked at the photos taken by the reporters. He discovered that even though he stood back, his face was still a third bigger than Hua Xiaoheng's. Minister Sergei looked over and couldn't stop smiling. He grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's other hand and shook it. Major General Hua, I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hua Xiaoheng also replied politely in Russian. Mr. Minister Sergei, you were the military expert I admired when I was young. Oh, ha ha. As the saying went, flattery never works. This principle was the same in ancient times and modern times, as well as outside the Huaxiao Empire. Sergei was overjoyed by Hua Xiaoheng's words and immediately recognized Hua Xiaoheng as a close friend. He was even more affectionate towards him. At that moment, the Special Forces soldiers that Hua Xiaoheng had brought to participate in the competition also disembarked from the plane. They automatically lined up behind Hua Xiaoheng, and no matter how one looked at them, it was a straight line. Their heads were held high, and their valiant auras were overwhelming. They had the same long legs and good looks, but they were different from those little fresh meat who only relied on their looks. Sergei and Gerald were both stunned. They looked at the Huaxia Empire soldiers, then looked at their own soldiers who were either fat or short. They felt very upset. Sergei nudged Hua Xiaoheng with his elbow and said softly, Major General Hua, did you make a mistake? We are participating in the International Special Forces competition this time, not the Honor Guard competition. Do you want to play Katyusha again and compare our special forces to dwarfs and orcs? The female secretary, Natasha, who was standing next to Sergei, covered her mouth and laughed. Sergei was very resentful about last year's Red Square military parade. The long-legged honor guard from the Huaxia Empire sang Katyusha loudly during their training at night, instantly comparing the honor guards from other countries to trash. As a result, there was still a video of the parade circulating online, claiming to be the elves, Huaxia Empire's honor guard, and the orcs and dwarfs. Xiaoheng looked back at his soldiers non-committally and said in an extremely calm voice, It can't be helped. I've already eliminated all those who are too good-looking. Sergei, what the F***CK? You can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking. Gerald, acting cool while invisible is the most lethal. The president has made a mistake. The female secretary, Natasha, quickly smoothed things over. Major General Hua, this way please. We've arranged accommodation for you near Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow. Sergei snapped back to his senses and suppressed his resentment. He walked with Hua Xiaoheng shoulder to shoulder as he said, There's a row of newly renovated barracks over there. You're early, so you can pick one to stay in first. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Thank you, Minister, but I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Of course. Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, was mesmerized by Hua Xiaoheng's elegance and spoke first before Sergei could speak. Sergei glared at her before turning to Hua Xiaoheng and saying the same thing. Of course. Prime Minister Gerald was speechless. He was treating him like a dead man. Hua Xiaoheng smiled at Natasha. Natasha instantly felt like she was running out of blood, and her heart almost stopped. Thank you, Comrade Natasha, Hua Xiaoheng said politely. You know my name? Natasha was pleasantly surprised, and her impression of Hua Xiaoheng improved. Minister Sergei is someone I look up to, and his secretary isn't a nobody either. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't underestimate anyone here. Although Russia's national strength hadn't been that great in recent years, their military and intelligence agencies were either ranked first or second on the entire blue planet. Compared to the United States, Hua Xiaoheng valued Russia even more. His words flattered both Natasha and Sergei. Then, he turned to look at Prime Minister Gerald and said with a faint smile, It would be even better if His Excellency could make things easier for us. No problem. His Excellency, the President has instructed me to satisfy all of Major General Hua's requests. Gerald immediately agreed when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's smiling face. He was just short of patting his chest to guarantee it. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and got into the private car with them before saying, It's like this. Because we came too early, a full 2 weeks ahead of schedule, I'm worried that my soldiers' morale will slacken, so I want them to undergo 2 weeks of closed-door training. I hope the military camp you've arranged will meet this requirement. A closed-door military training camp was truly a closed-door training camp. The people inside would be completely cut off from all communication and interaction with the outside world. Outsiders would also never be allowed to trespass into the closed-door training camp. Once the closed-door training camp was marked, the area would become a restricted military zone. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 p.m. and the third watch at 8 p.m. That's right, the third watch will be changed to 8 p.m. P.S. I posted a short video on Weibo to test the waters. My dear friends, you can go take a look. Mwah! Chapter 1145. In order to win the Special Forces competition, Hua Xiaoheng's request was completely reasonable, and there were precedents for it. Defense Minister Sergei immediately said, "That's not a problem. Tell Natasha what procedures you need, and she'll get it done for you." Prime Minister Gerald crossed his arms in the back and asked curiously, "A completely closed training camp? Do you need Wi-Fi?" Hua Xiaoheng replied, "No, I just want them to train without any distractions. Our training camps in the country block Wi-Fi." Impressive. Russia's Defense Minister Sergei gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. "You guys are better than those Indian soldiers. I heard a few days ago that an Indian soldier shot his superior officer because he didn't allow him to play games on his phone while on duty." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "Believe me, it's true." Sergei's secretary, Natasha, quickly tried to save her boss's dignity. "It's on the news." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Really? Then will India be participating in the International Special Forces competition this time?" "Of course, they'll be coming. They're going to have a joint military exercise with our country." Natasha curled her lips and showed a slutty expression. She obviously looked down on India and kept talking about the jokes about the Indian Special Forces, such as carrying yoga mats with them, cooking in the wilderness, and cooking curry while on a mission, which ended up attracting the enemy. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Hua Xiaoheng listened with great interest and subconsciously asked a lot of deeper questions. Prime Minister Gerald suddenly remembered Hua Xiaoheng's previous identity and felt that Natasha had leaked the information. He quickly coughed and interrupted Natasha. "There are many countries coming this time. Other than your country in India, there are also the United States, Japan, India, Korea, Israel, England, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and so on. That many? Then we really need to pick a good place to stay early." Hua Xiaoheng calmly changed the topic and stopped talking about other countries. They drove past Moscow's Red Square. On both sides of the Red Square were the Kremlin's red brick buildings, which looked bright red from afar. Only Red Square, on a grand scale, could suppress the Kremlin's big red wall. If it was the pitifully small Times Square in New York City, surrounded by a circle of red-walled buildings, it would drive people crazy. Sitting in the car, Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the red walls and white tiles in the distance under the blue sky and white clouds. He also looked at the very distinctive Vasily Cathedral opposite the Kremlin. It looked like a house from a fairy tale. He guessed that Gun Yinji would like this kind of thing. Natasha, his secretary, was beside him in the car, telling him the history of Moscow's Red Square. "It's here. During the World War, Stalin had a military parade here. After the parade, everyone went straight to the battlefield and fought bravely. We won the battle to defend Moscow and directly turn the tide of the war." Although it wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's first time in Moscow, it was his first time visiting Moscow as an official major general of the Huaxia Imperial Army. He probably knew the history of Moscow's Red Square better than Natasha did, but all the same, he was affected by her pride. He stared at the quiet and calm Red Square outside the window, imagining the exciting military parade. Countless young men sang Katyusha from here to the battlefield. Most of them didn't come back alive, and they didn't see the victory after the war. No one knew their names, but their achievements would live on forever. But after so many years, perhaps many people had forgotten how difficult it was to obtain peace. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly raised his right hand and gave a standard military salute to Moscow's Red Square. Natasha, who had been talking incessantly, stopped abruptly, and the corners of her eyes became moist. She wiped them with the back of her hand and pretended not to care. She waited quietly for Hua Xiaoheng to put down his right hand before nodding at him with a smile. Defense Minister Sergei couldn't help but have a better impression of Hua Xiaoheng. Even Prime Minister Gerald, who was a bit picky about Hua Xiaoheng, fell silent. He had to admit that a soldier who respected the deceased unsung heroes was a soldier who was truly worthy of respect. A country with such a soldier was terrifyingly powerful. The car quickly drove past Red Square and headed towards the suburbs. Sergei's secretary, Natasha, became lively again. He could hear her chattering along the way, her laughter like silver bells. Hua Xiaoheng gradually gained a lot of information from Natasha's casual narration. For example, he knew that the Japanese Special Forces would be arriving in Moscow the next day, only a day later than them. Also, the United States would be staying with Israel this time, so they could learn from each other first. Also, India still hadn't been able to assemble a team to compete. 2 hours had passed by the time their car arrived at the military camp near Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and first shook hands with Defense Minister Sergei and Prime Minister Gerald to thank them for their warm hospitality. Sergei and Gerald treated Hua Xiaoheng with the highest level of respect. This time, even Natasha wouldn't personally receive the special forces from other countries when they arrived in Russia. Instead, a few of Natasha's secretaries would receive them. After Sergei and Gerald left, Hua Xiaoheng and Natasha walked around the entire military camp. "Leave this place to us." Hua Xiaoheng circled an enclosed barracks. There were all kinds of training grounds in the open space inside the barracks. Grasslands, swamps, trenches, hillsides, pools, obstacle nets, shooting ranges. Anything needed for the competition could be practiced here. Natasha readily agreed. "That's all right. What else do you need?" "I want barbed wire for this perimeter wall, the kind that can be electrified." Well, Xiaoheng wrote out a list and asked Natasha for the goods. Natasha looked at it for a while, then looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. "Major General Hua, have you thought carefully about what you want? Sometimes the more mysterious something is, the more curious it is. Curiosity kills curiosity, killed the cat." Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and folded his hands behind his back as he looked at the perimeter wall that was as tall as a person. If the cat was killed, it wouldn't be curious anymore. It was a casual statement, but Natasha could actually hear the murderous intent in it. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was a little excited. A warring nation liked people with guts. "As long as you know." Natasha took out her electronic notebook and wrote down all of Hua Xiaoheng's requests. "I'll send them to you in the afternoon." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and walked Natasha out. Natasha was indeed true to her word and delivered all of Hua Xiaoheng's requests in the afternoon. She didn't have anything to do today, so she stayed with Hua Xiaoheng and the others to see how they would decorate the barracks. Soon, the perimeter wall that surrounded the barracks, which was as tall as a person, was densely covered with a layer of electric fence. Once the electricity was turned on, people outside couldn't come in, and people inside couldn't go out. There were also sensors buried in the corners under the perimeter wall. As soon as someone broke in, the sensors would sound the alarm. Needless to say, there were all kinds of surveillance cameras. There were almost 360 degrees of surveillance in all directions of the camp without any blind spots. When Natasha saw that the 8 screens she had brought were put to use in this way, she gasped. "You guys are serious?" "Of course." Hua Xiaoheng adjusted the screen disapprovingly. "What's the point of me faking this?" Natasha was relieved. "It seems that you guys really want to win." "Of course. If we don't want to win, why would we participate in the competition?" Hua Xiaoheng straightened up and looked at the surveillance screen in front of him. "I hope they can stand up to the test." On the first day in Moscow, the Special Forces soldiers spent their time repairing and setting up the camp. At noon the next day, The Japanese Special Forces soldiers who had come to participate in the competition also arrived in Moscow. This was the second watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. Yes, the third watch will be changed to 8 o'clock in the evening from now on. P.S. I've posted a short play on my Weibo Writers Cambrian to test the waters. You guys can go take a look. Moi, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.